Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I call Richard Callard, please?
Yeah.
Bible in your right hand. Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
should be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Mr. Callard. My name is Jason Beer, as you know, and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Can you tell us your full name, please?
Richard John Callard.
Thank you. You've made a long witness statement, 173 pages, excluding the exhibit sheets, dated the 14th of June 2024. The URN for that is WITN 0014-0100. If we can have that up on the screen, please, and look at the bottom of page 23. Right at the bottom. Thank you. You see the last line on the page going into the next page. It currently reads, by this time, Jenny Willett MP had replaced Joe Swinson MP whilst Joe Swinson MP was on maternity leave. Is there a correction which you would like to make to that sentence?
Yes, please. I realised after I read Joe Swinson's witness statement that she had returned from maternity leave in June. So it should read that by this time Joe Swinson had returned from maternity leave.
If you could just angle those microphones, thank you, and then just move forward a little bit. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So the sentence should read, by this time, Joe Swinson had returned from maternity leave.
That's correct.
Thank you. And if you can turn, please, to page 173.
Yep.
Is that your signature?
It is.
And with that correction brought into account, are the contents of the witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. You can put that to one side, thank you. Can I start with your background, please? In summary terms, is this right? You qualified as a chartered accountant in 2001 and joined Arthur Anderson, as it then was, in 2002.
That's correct.
You joined the Shareholder Executive, SHEEX, as we're going to call it, initially on secondment in March 2007 and then permanently from March 2009.
That's correct.
You started to lead the SHEEX post office team in January 2014 and were appointed as the shareholder non-exec director for the post office in March 2014.
That's correct.
And so you had two roles, head of the shareholder team within SHEEX and the shareholder NED for the post office.
Yes, that's correct.
You held the post office board role until March 2018 and the head of the shareholder team role for post office until May 2018.
That's correct.
You remain an executive director of UKGI, the successor organisation to SHEEX.
That's correct.
Thank you. Can I start then by asking you some questions about the role that you performed as a non-executive director,
Yep.
as a NED?
Mm-hmm.
And these questions are based on what you say in paragraphs 8, 13 and 14 of your witness statement. There's no need to turn them up. You say that when you started working working at the post office as a non-executive director, you first had no experience as a NED, is that right?
That's correct.
You second had little knowledge of the post office.
I suppose I'd had a 2-month run-in as leader of the shareholder team, noting that I'd been on paternity leave as well, but yes.
And third, you say that you found your new role as head of the SHEEX team for the post office overwhelming, in particular because that role had been split previously between two people.
That's correct.
Did you ever raise your concerns about your capacity or capability to undertake the role of a non-executive director on the Post Office Board?
No, because to start with, I thought I'd see how it went, and if I could manage. I was doing 50%, theoretically 50% of my time on the Green Investment Bank shareholding, 50% of my time on the Post Office shareholding, and then the non-executive role was a sort of, I'm not sure whether it was considered part of the 50% of the Post Office, but the way UKGI and Shecs works is that you tend to have everybody has quite a full workload. So whilst I say it was overwhelming, it was, but I think it was more about the sheer number of issues that were on the agenda as opposed to the level of workload.
Having taken on the role for which you had no prior experience, did you receive any relevant training or mentoring?
Not particularly. I went on a course with regard to being a NED, and clearly I'd picked up snippets and experience from other people, but there was nothing particularly formal to start with.
Even though you were new to the role of a non-executive director, at this early stage, did you at least know that a core part of the role of a board would be to provide appropriate challenge to the thinking and strategy of the executive of a company?
Yes.
Did you understand that the non-executive director, the NED's role within that function, was in particular to provide independent oversight?
Yes.
And a constructive challenge to the executive directors?
Yes.
When you took up the role, did you have any understanding or recognition of the risk inherent in an organisation dealing with long-standing challenges, that they, or the organisation, may develop entrenched views, sometimes called groupthink?
Well, I certainly heard of groupthink, and clearly there's always a bit of history, but I don't think I had any specific worries about that in that sense. There was, when I joined it, although Post Office is, I don't know, 300 odd years old, it had only just come out from under Royal Mail and had a relatively new board, which it never had before. So everybody on that board was pretty new to Post Office.
Does it follow that you didn't regard it as a particular function of your job as a non-executive director to be alive to that risk of ingrained thinking or groupthink and be the one that ought to identify it and challenge it?
I don't recall thinking that way specifically. But I was aware that that is what my role was, and I did ask questions about a whole range of topics as part of my role.
You do mention in your witness statement that you asked questions over the years that you fulfilled the function of NED. But in your witness statement, you don't appear to identify any point at which you provided any significant challenge to the executive. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Which were the occasions when you significantly and directly challenged the executive?
Are you talking about Horizon specifically or generally?
Horizon specific.
Well, I think I asked questions around whether people had appealed, because I couldn't understand why people, if there'd been miscarriage of justice, why people hadn't appealed.
Just stopping there, isn't that a request for information rather than a challenge to the approach or direction that the company was taking?
Yes, I suppose you're right. Yeah.
I'm thinking about challenging and saying what you're doing, in my view, is wrong. It's the wrong path to take. I would vote for. Yeah. I suggest you do X.
I suppose when I got there, I inherited a position which was I felt relatively established. There had been, Second Sight had been appointed in some time in 2012. They had then produced a report in July 13. I thought Post Office's response to the findings of that report in terms of setting up a business improvement programme, setting up a mediation scheme where individual cases would be looked at, and also looking at prosecutions was a reasonable response to the information that was being received at the time. So I was relatively satisfied with what was going on at that point, and I also received that the information I was getting from the team that I inherited was similar. So I'm not sure I felt the need to directly challenge in that way, because there was quite a bit of work and investigation already ongoing in terms of individual cases within the mediation scheme being investigated. And periodically we then, there was things around Deloitte, there was Linklaters, etc. And I also volunteered to join the Sparrow subcommittee because I was quite clear that ministers would want to understand what was going on. So whilst I can't think of any examples that were directly challenging, I think that's a reflection of the fact that at the time that I joined, it didn't feel that I particularly needed to.
And so was that state of being relatively satisfied, or being in a state of relative satisfaction, one that continued for the entirety of your role as a NED?
No, I think we were continually worried about the issue of Sparrow, as I'll probably call it, throughout today.
I'm looking, sorry to speak over you, Mr. Callard. You've mentioned asking for information. Mm-hmm. You said that you were worried or concerned.
Yeah.
I'm asking, was there any occasion when you actively challenged the executive?
There will have been, but I can't remember specific examples. But at the Sparrow subcommittee, that is where the forum would be to ask specific questions of the executive. A lot of those were focused around how, by the time I got there, because of what the information I understood it to be around the system itself, was around how we deal with the problems that the mediation scheme was happening. I mean, on reflection, knowing what I know now, I probably should have asked more probing questions about the specifics of the IT itself. But as I say, the position I inherited felt a relatively good position, although even though the mediation scheme itself was starting to somewhat go awry.
Did you see your role as the SHEEX representative on the board to represent the interests of taxpayers?
Yes, I think so. It was to represent the role of a shareholder NED, to my mind, is one of, aside from being an independent NED in its own right, it also has an overlay of bringing government perspective to the board and bringing the board's perspective to the government so that they can understand each other better.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's paragraph 39, that you did not see the responsibilities of the board of directors as being fundamentally different in Post Office to those that would ordinarily apply to the board of a large company, simply by virtue of the fact that the company was wholly owned by the government. Can I ask, given that the Post Office was effectively spending public funds, did you not consider that there was a greater accountability on Post Office than in the case of a private commercial entity?
I suppose we view, almost in some respects, somewhat neutral about who owns the business itself. But we do feel accountable to taxpayers in terms of how money is spent and what it goes on. That's not to say that we don't want money to be spent. It's more about value for money. Are you getting what you're paying for? So we do have in mind. I did have in mind an eye to things like costs, but also
that would apply in a. Sorry to speak over you again. That would apply in a straightforward commercial company.
Yes, and I don't really see there's it wouldn't be that different to a commercial company. The way SHEEX works is to almost treat its businesses, to the extent it can, as commercial entities, because that's what we want them to be. Now they're in SHEEX or UKGI because there's something, they can't quite be commercial. So in Post Office's case, for example, they have to keep open 3,000 branches that would otherwise be unviable. But otherwise, we want them to operate like a commercial entity, and through SHEEX, that's kind of the sort of culture we're trying to bring.
So you could have been selling oil or making microchips. it didn't matter that this was public money being spent in
Well,
the
of course-
provision of a public service?
Well, of course it matters, and you always have an eye to the fact that you're ultimately responsible through to Parliament. So you want to make sure it gives an extra angle, as it were, when you're looking at business cases about money, that you know that the money that you've got to get won't otherwise go into a hospital or a school. So there is that angle. One does think of the taxpayer, and that is the added angle that you bring, I suppose, as a non-exec, a shareholder non-exec, because you've got to think about the wider spending position of the department and the wider priorities.
Can I turn to potential conflicts of interest? In paragraphs 10, 16, 63 and 317 to 19 of your witness statement, you discuss the potential conflict of interest which the Post Office board perceived to exist between the Post Office on the one hand and the government as Post Office's shareholder on the other. And you give a specific example of board discussions of government funding levels as posing a problem.
Yeah.
You indicate that you were conscious of the potential for you personally to be placed in a position of conflict of interest, and therefore decided to absent yourself from certain parts of certain board meetings, particularly when funding was discussed. Agreed?
That's correct.
Can you explain what specifically the perceived conflict was, please, in relation to the Post Office's funding?
So, as a non-executive director, you are there to promote the interests of the company, and I suppose in a crude way, the more investment that you get, the better it is for the company. With your civil service hat on, clearly you're there to look after public funds. You want to make sure that the right amount of money goes to the Post Office or any other business that you look after. And you're also very conscious that there is limits on the level of taxpayer funding that can go to the Post Office versus any other. So those two things somewhat conflict, not all the time, but they do somewhat conflict when the board is making decisions about what it's applying to government for. And I remember there was at one particular board meeting, I think it was a strategy away day, where Post Office proposed a number which I thought was just far too big, and I said so. And as a team, as a shareholder team, a lot of our efforts over the course of the next 12 to 18 months were around pushing that figure down in one direction, and yet at the same time, when we went to the department, explaining to the department why Post Office needed that investment. And so you're trying to bring down their expectations and get comfortable with the level of funding that, as a shareholder team, you think Post Office needs for what it wants to do, whilst at the same time going into bat with the department to say, we think you need to provide X 100 million to Post Office to provide them with these.
So when you said that number's too high,
yes,
which hat were you wearing?
Well, I often in boards would say which hat I was wearing. Yeah. I specifically say, and I think
So on that occasion.
So on that occasion, I think I will have said, look, this number is too high for government, but no one's countenancing that.
So why were you entitled to say that if you thought that there was a conflict of interest in representing government's views on funding issues within the board?
So I didn't quite understand the question.
Yes. Why? You told us that there was a conflict of interest.
Yep.
On occasions.
Yes.
In particular in relation to funding.
Yep.
Because the board's overall aim, this is describing things in very generic terms,
yes,
would be to secure from government the highest level of funding that was possible.
Yep.
That would not
within reason.
Yes. That would not necessarily be government's number one choice or priority.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you said in a board meeting that number is too high, were you saying that as the government's representative?
Yes, and I probably was saying it as well as a shareholder, Ned. I suppose knowing, understanding the government context. So whether I actually said I'm putting my government hat on specifically, but I just felt that I wanted to set expectations that figure felt quite high. Now,
So
I
hold on,
didn't see that was a conflict in saying that at the time. Well, there was lots of discussions about funding within the Post Office Board. I think I recused myself from 2 discussions. Now, the reason why I recused myself in those particular discussions was because I could tell, I could pick up the feeling from the board, but the discussions that was going to happen then was more about the tactics and of the board as to what they're going to do, given that government is not giving them the money that they wanted. And I don't think they felt comfortable, and I didn't feel comfortable in discussions around, okay, so what's our next move with government? I didn't feel comfortable being in that discussion. I don't think they felt me being comfortable there because they weren't sure what I would take back to the department. There were plenty of discussions that we did have where I was in the room about funding, about what is this money for, what's the business cases for, is this the right direction, etc. So sorry if I've given the impression that I was never in the room of the board for funding discussions. There were plenty of funding discussions, but there were some specific times that I recused myself because I wasn't comfortable being there and the board wasn't comfortable with me being there.
Can you give us any other examples of specific areas where the board considered there to be a conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest in you acting both as a board member and also as a member of the Shareholder Executive?
Not particularly, to be honest. I mean, some members... I was the first shareholder, Ned, that was also part of the shareholder team. So my predecessor, Susanna Story, had been separate to Shex. Although she had been a Shex person, she was ex-Shex. So I remember there was a bit of discomfort when I first joined, and I think there was a concern about the sharing of board papers and those sorts of sort of procedural issues, which I suppose you could say is some sort of conflict there. I'm not sure what they wanted. Boards tend to be very sensitive about...
Specifically, Mr. Callard,
Yep.
Did you or any other board members perceive any conflict or potential conflict in relation to Horizon issues on any occasion?
No, I don't think so.
Did you feel constrained in any way in disclosing information by reason of your signature of NDAs, non-disclosure agreements?
No, because that NDA agreement was specifically, I think, worded to allow me to share board papers with my team and others in government if I felt it appropriate.
So the NDAs did not inhibit your ability to relay any matters of concern about Post Office to government?
No.
You tell us in paragraph 42 of your witness statement about circumstances in board meetings where you spoke with, quote, your Ned hat on or your government stroke shareholder hat on, as you described. And you say that you might, for example, state that you agreed with the board's course of action given what you knew from board discussions and your responsibilities as a Ned to the company, but would make it clear that ministers might not necessarily agree.
Yeah.
What did you understand, in your words, your responsibilities as a Ned to the company to mean?
So you're there to promote the success of the company. So if I could give an example that might demonstrate that. So there were, for example, there were redundancy programs periodically which was felt to be overmanned. And so, as a Ned, I was quite content, having looked at the business case for it, that for those redundancies to go through. But clearly redundancies are a politically sensitive matter. And so I would say, well, as a Ned, using my independent judgment, I would agree with this change. But what we do need to do is inform the minister because it could have political ramifications. It's not that they'll say no, but I need to warn them, and we just need to make sure there's no objection.
You give examples in your witness statement where you might be wearing 2 hats and had to make clear that fact as including issues of executive remuneration, mutualisation, funding, pension changes, and Sparrow.
Yeah.
In what ways did you believe your duties as a director were not or may not have been aligned with the interests of the government, its sole shareholder, in relation to Sparrow?
It's less about not being aligned, it's just not really understanding the ministerial position and go back for clarification. So I'm thinking specifically around some of the decisions that the Sparrow subcommittee were looking at, say, towards the start of June and the end of April, where there were worries and concerns about the investigations into each case of mediation not proceeding quick enough and sort of almost getting stuck with second sight because they were only 2 people versus the investigatory team at Post Office that had 20. And so the options that were put forward by the executive and discussed by the subcommittee, it was acknowledged that to the extent that the board decided to do something, you'd have to go back to ministers, particularly given the parliamentary undertakings they had made about second sight, for example, to say, well, you know, we would need ministerial consent or whatever to take a course of action. So whilst I could, as a NED, say, well, I think this is perhaps the right way forward because clearly X and Y is happening and this looks like the right course of action, I don't know how a minister feels about that. They may say yes, they may say no to it, but we've got to be live to that sort of thinking. So that's kind of what I meant by that particular example.
You tell us in paragraph 61 to 62 of your witness statement that you shared the, quote, vast majority of information you received in your capacity as a shareholder NED with the shareholder team without restriction, correct?
Yes.
Did you take the same approach, i.e. sharing the vast majority of information in relation to ministers and civil servants outside of SHEEX?
No, not in that way, because the stuff that you get through from board packs would be 150 to 250 pages. You wouldn't share those with a minister. They haven't got to. Did
you consider there to be a restriction of a different kind in sharing information that you learned in your capacity as shareholder NED outside of the SHEEX team?
No, I never felt there was the things that I couldn't tell ministers if I felt it appropriate to do so.
So you were able, you thought, to show board papers to ministers and civil servants outside of SHEEX if the occasion arose?
I very rarely shared board papers outside of SHEEX because I never felt there was a need to. What we would do if there was something to be said, we would put that into some sort of submission or some sort of email.
Yes.
And circulate it rather than actually sharing the paper itself.
So never mind how the information was conveyed, you considered yourself able to inform ministers and civil servants outside of SHEEX of the substance and detail of Post Office board decisions without restriction?
Yes, whether I did or not, it comes down to my judgment at the time and what the matter is and what I think people's views are. But yes, I never felt I couldn't share the gist of it and the content of it. I wouldn't necessarily share the papers themselves.
You said that you shared the vast majority of information you received in your capacity. Can you give us some examples of information that didn't fall within the vast majority?
I was actually thinking there of pensions, the pension subcommittee. So when I first joined Post Office, I was asked to go on the pension subcommittee, which was looking specifically at closing the defined benefits pension scheme because the deficit was emerging. There was no one on my team, particularly at that point, that really understood pensions. I'd dealt with pensions under Royal Mail. So I don't recall particularly sharing, until we got to the point where there was going to be an announcement about it, particularly sharing any pension subcommittee.
That wasn't because of a restriction, though. That was just because the
exactly. So
circumstances didn't warrant it.
Quite.
So information could be shared, in your view, that you learnt in your capacity as shareholder NED, through attending meetings, through reading board papers, and otherwise, without restriction with ministers and civil servants.
Yeah, I would filter that, but yes.
But the filter you applied was not because of any
restriction. No, to do with my judgment and what I think people know and what I felt was relevant.
You tell us in paragraph 69 of your witness statement that you found it difficult to identify the correct balance when it came to the appropriate level of government engagement on the Horizon issue. What did you mean by that?
I think, without seeing the paragraph, I think the position I inherited was that
So we can look at the paragraph to help
okay,
you.
well, I can just
It's page 35.
35, thank you. Should have brought my
It'll come up on the screen. Page 35.
Yeah, so I think I explain it in the paragraph.
Just wait for it to come.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Page 35, paragraph 69. And it's the sentence which I just read in the first line. I found it difficult, in general terms, to identify the correct balance when it came to the appropriate level of government engagement on the horizon.
Yeah. So, not unlike other arm's length bodies I've dealt with prior to that and was dealing with at the time, there's a balance between operational independence of that body, because it's a specialist body, and the desire sometimes of ministers and of government to intervene and do things. And I think on Sparrow that was a particularly difficult one, because you had some very difficult stories. It was in the news a lot.
Sorry, what do you mean that you had some very difficult stories?
Oh, sorry. Well, the position of sub-postmasters, as articulated by the story, their experiences that were in the news, were obviously very distressing, and there's a natural inclination, I think, of government and particularly of ministers to want to do something. But on the flip side, there is a business there which is operationally maybe operationally independent, but also specialist. It's business, and trying to think about what ministers or what civil servants like me could actually do, given it was quite a sort of technical topic. It's quite a difficult balance, and I think throughout my time, it was a constant balance between trying to keep at arm's length and from it, because realistically there was not much that I didn't think that ministers could realistically do, whilst at the same time trying to make sure that Post Office are doing the right thing and understanding what's going on at their end. And I just found that quite a difficult balance. I think in part because we never quite, sadly, and I regret it, we never quite got to the bottom of whether there was where the problem was. There were lots of investigations, and each time there was an investigation, it came back that wasn't really an issue. And there were investigations throughout my time. There's the mediation scheme, there was the Parker review, and then the litigation. And throughout that, we were, particularly up to the litigation, we weren't really getting any particular news that there was a particularly identifiable issue with Horizon which caused losses to sub-postmasters. And without that link, it's very difficult to then do something.
Do you think, Mr. Callard, that's a result of not looking hard enough? Because now you've looked at some of the papers themselves, i.e., you've looked at all of the Second Sight reports, you've looked at the Parker review itself rather than a letter summarising it. You've looked in detail at the Deloitte reports rather than summaries of them. And you've discovered a whole host of information that puts an entirely different complexion on things.
Yes, it does. So clearly, I was not curious enough. I mean, I think that's probably self-evident. But as I said, there was always some form of investigation going on. There'd been 18 months of investigation before I got there. And I think the problem I sort of had in some respects was that, and you can see this in some of the papers by the time we get to December 14, early 15, and that represents, about 2 years' worth of investigation. What we're getting back is that there isn't an issue with the IT. And so you get to the point, well, every time we do a review, it says there isn't something there, and you're almost in the zone of trying to prove a negative, that there isn't a problem. And I never thought that was ever going to be very easy to get to, which is why I always thought we need to it needs to go to court. Because
that view might be said to be fatalistic.
Quite possibly, but I mean, but
does that fairly represent?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by fatalistic in that sense.
I.e., this needs to be litigated by the parties and a truly independent view taken by a member of the judiciary.
Well, it wasn't that it needed a truly independent view, because I thought we'd had we were getting independent views through from the likes of Second Sight, and I'm sure we'll probably come on to their reports in due course. It was more about my thoughts about going to court was more about how do you draw a line under it, because when you've got a very committed set of people in the form of the JFSA who are certain that there is a problem, and yet the investigations done by Post Office, Second Sight and others, and including things around like the Cartwright King review, etc., that's saying there isn't a problem, you'll never be able to meet in the middle. So the court, my views about the court were less about there being independent scrutiny. It was more about if the court says what it says, then there's nowhere else for either party to go. It kind of arbitrates. And I always felt that I couldn't really arbitrate in my position.
Can I ask you to slow down a little bit in your answers?
Sorry.
Even though they're very long, the shorthand writer is struggling to take down each of the words that you say.
Okay.
Do you consider, standing back, that you showed undue deference to what Post Office was telling you?
I think on reflection, I think you probably do have to draw that conclusion. I would say, though, that the stuff that we got, the information we got through from Post Office was often quite comprehensive and full and analytical. So when I look at things like the response to the Panorama programme, the response to the debates that they put out in public as well, the response to the Second Sight Part 2 report, the slideshows, the 30-page slideshow they prepared for Baroness Neville Rolfe, for example, it was always quite comprehensive and analytical and I thought well thought through. So I may have shown too much deference, but what I perceived at the time was quite comprehensive answers coming my way. It wasn't a sort of one-line brush off.
You said earlier that you think that you, looking back, are guilty of a lack of curiosity.
Well, yes, I think it's self-evident that there's a lack of curiosity because obviously there was a problem and I didn't get to it, so I accept that. But I think that there were times where, I think we were curious, clearly not curious enough, but as I say, that we were getting a lot of information from Post Office, and it was pretty comprehensive and analytical and looked well thought through. So you draw a degree of assurance from that.
Can I take you through some documents that may help us to understand the relationship between you and Post Office in the provision of information to outside sources? And can we start, please, by looking at poll 0010 0581? Thank you. If we look at the bottom of page 1, please, we'll see an email from Peter Batten. Thank you, to Belinda Crowe, copied to you. Peter Batten was a member of the Shareholder Executive, is that right?
Correct.
Was he somebody who reported to you?
Yes.
He emails you and Belinda Crowe on the 23rd of April 2014 and says, "Hi Belinda, thanks for your time. Please see attached 2 draft letters, one we're proposing to send to Alan Bates and one to Sir Anthony Hooper, on the assumption that the JFSA is unable to provide a reason for us to not forward the letter. We've included the final paragraph on the letter to Sir Anthony as a means of giving Jenny a future hook into the process, for example, in the event she feels she needs to intervene. I'd be grateful for your views on the benefit of including this hook versus the risk of perceived infringement on Sir Anthony's independence." And if we go to the top of the page, we can see that Miss Crowe of the Post Office replies, grateful if we could have a word about handling. I've also left you a message. Having had a good opportunity to look at the letter, I think it contains some very significant points which have to be addressed by both Post Office and the chair of the working group. And so just on a point of sort of process or understanding how SheEx worked, is it right that it would be normal that SheEx would run drafts of letters that it proposed to send out through the Post Office?
Not always, no. So it depends on very much depends on the context.
And so, looking at this exchange,
Yep.
why was SheEx saying, is it okay,
Yeah.
essentially, if we say what we want to say?
Because we'd received a letter from Sir Alan Bates, I
Yes.
think, on the 16th of April. Going back to my point in my witness statement about feeling the points of tension between intervening or not intervening, we were very aware that the mediation scheme was independent. We understood Sir Anthony Hooper to protect his independence very closely. So I think Sir Alan Bates's letter was, I think, encouraging us to intervene. We didn't want to intervene because we felt the mediation scheme should play out. And we wanted to tell Sir Anthony Hooper. The reason why we ask Belinda is because she was administering and leading the working group's operation and I think probably knew Anthony Hooper best. And so he wanted her view as to how he would receive the letter and how best to handle it with him.
Did you ever do things the other way round? Are you right to write a draft letter to Sir Alan or to Sir Anthony or any of the sub-postmasters and say, we're proposing to say this to the Post Office, is it okay if we say it?
No.
So the Post Office were the source of your information and vetted your letters?
No, we didn't vet the letters, but I think we were very sensitive about the mediation scheme because this is what... April 14. So, it's starting, well, it's definitely started to unwind in the sense that we've got this letter from Sir Alan Bates. But it feels to us the only way to really resolve a lot of the concerns. And everybody had agreed, I think, it's before my time, that government would just stay out of the mediation scheme to the extent possible. And so we saw Belinda as a sort of a route to test how the working group, in particular Sir Anthony Hooper, would want to deal with this situation.
Thank you. Can we look at some other examples? UKGI 402467. And look at the foot of the page, which is the start of the chain.
Yeah.
Melanie Caulfield sending within the Post Office a letter, a Sparrow letter, to Mark Davis, and then scrolling up. 9th of September, Mark Davis sending that letter to you. Here you go, let me know what else you need. Indeed, does this do enough for you? And then scroll up a little. You say, sorry, is there also an example of the inaccuracies, etc., I could use to illustrate the issue? Cheers and sigh. And he replies, report claims power loss can lead to data loss and thus real loss for sub-postmaster. Strongly refute that.
Yeah.
So is the context here that, in fact, you tell us the context.
So I think the context is that the second site, the first draft of the second site Part 2 review is out. And I think we were providing advice to Joe Swinson. I think, we'd asked Post Office. I'm not sure whether we'd asked Post Office to provide a letter to Joe Swinson or whether they volunteered one. They would share a draft with me, essentially to check that it's intelligible and the like. And I think it said at the top of the letter, there are various inaccuracies in the letter. Sorry. the letter was saying that there was inaccuracies in Second Sight's report.
Yes.
And I thought, well, if I just... I need to have an answer as to what... Please, Mark.
And so why would you go to the head of media and communications for this kind of issue?
Well, because that team would write the letter, because it comes from Melanie Caulfield, who was one of his team. And
so this is about a draft letter from the Post Office to the Minister.
To the Minister. I think, yeah.
And you're intervening and saying it needs beefing up.
Well, they're writing to us to say, this is what we're going to send. And they would often do that, and we would often ask to do that, because I think sometimes, going back to my role as interpreter, sometimes what they thought was clear wouldn't necessarily be clear to government. So they sort of sent it through. It was customary for them to send something like that to us, not always, to get my view on it. And where I'm saying there, your letter's not clear enough. Can you give an example, so that when Joe inevitably asks me, what does Post Office mean by inaccuracies in the report, I can say, well, what they mean is this. So it's trying to preempt the question, as it were, that I know I'm going to get from ministers, because their letter isn't sufficiently clear.
And so are you here performing the role of a Post Office NED in seeking to put the company's best case to the Minister?
No, I'd say that this is clearly there's a Venn diagram of it, but I'd say I'm the shareholder team here, looking at what sort of communications the Post Office is sending to the Minister, and sort of giving them a few hints and tips that it might be beneficial if they could make it a bit clearer before it goes. Or I think probably what's going on here is that they've either possibly sent it already, and I'm trying to get ready to anticipate the questions I'm inevitably going to get from the Minister.
Can we move forwards, please, to December, UKGI 402726? This is an email from you to Belinda Crowe and Patrick Borg, forwarding a draft speech, I think, of the Minister in readiness for the WHD, the Westminster Hall debate, I think was to take place on the 17th of December 2014. And you say, thanks for your respective emails. I'll take a look and amend Joe's speech accordingly. But given that I'm about to get in a car for a couple of hours to drive back home, I thought it might be expedient to get this off to you now. To do a sweep of things we shouldn't say. I hope I haven't gone too far. The problem is, ideally, we wouldn't be having this debate. But as we are, Joe has to be able to say something reasonably concrete in response to the accusations. Thanks to you for your help. So you're asking them to vet the Minister's speech, is that right? To do a sweep of things we shouldn't say?
Yes, the context, I would say, though, is that, when it comes to parliamentary debates, there was always a close relationship between Post Office and the shareholder team, because the Post Office is at the operational forefront. So, to give a non-Sparrow example, a constituency matter around a a debate around a closure of a particular constituency, Post Office, or redundancies in the supply chain, or industrial action, that kind of thing. Post Office can't speak to Parliament, it has to be the Minister. We would therefore verify things and share information and get information from the Post Office to be able to facilitate that debate. And I think what I'm saying there is, here's the speech. Is there anything in there that we are saying that is sort of either factually wrong, or whatever? So it wasn't be unusual.
So would you routinely seek advice from, or input from, the Post Office on letters to be sent by SHEEX?
Well, this is about a speech.
Yes, I'm talking about letters. Looking at the run of things we've looked at.
Oh, I see. Right. So not necessarily. No. Most of the time, no. Our letters wouldn't be run past Post Office. Although that said, we would have standard stock responses for things like a Post Office closure.
Okay. Would you? I'm going to have to try and
speed me up.
no, definitely not speed you up.
Sorry.
Ask you to try and constrain your answers more directly to the questions I'm asking.
I'm just sorry. Yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying it's not unusual. It was standard practice to share some things with Post Office. Usually there was standard text which we wouldn't have to share with Post Office because we already had a shared agreement as to what we were saying. On debates, we would usually share that sort of text, and indeed they would come in and talk to the Minister about the debate. It was very, very close because they're at the forefront of the operational side of things, which is generally speaking what the debates are concerned with.
What steps did you take, if any, to verify the lines given to you by Post Office?
I think it depends on the line. So we wouldn't just, if they made a change, we wouldn't just accept it. The lines and the speech would be our speech, but we're checking what they're whether they've got any views on it.
How would you seek to verify the lines that the Post Office was giving to the Minister to take either in a speech or in correspondence?
Well, we wouldn't always verify it because it depends on what it was. If that's
on the occasions in which you did seek to verify it, how would you go about that?
I don't know, to be honest. I suppose a lot of it would be just probing and asking a sort of second level or third level question in response to what they've said to sort of try and understand the response. I mean, there'd be rarely sort of backing documentation to this sort of stuff. It would be a view where you'd be sort of asking, are you sure? Well, you say this, but how about that?
Can we move forward, please, to January 2015 and look at UKGI 402996? Now, if we scroll to the bottom of the page, please. An email from you to the Swinson MPST. Is that a generic email address
for
office. Joe Swinson's office, private office, is it?
Yes, so it goes to sort of 4 or 5 people that are in her office.
You say Ailsa, who presumably is one of her private offices, is that right? Further to my updates on the Horizon scheme, note it looks as if the BizCom, BizCom are inviting sub-postmasters and Post Office to sessions on the 3rd of February. I suggest that Jo stays clear of this if she can, given that this is an independent scheme, but I suppose she might inevitably be drawn in. I haven't talked to Post Office about this yet, so we'll keep you posted. I'd be grateful if you could provide us with Jo's views following my email of yesterday, as clearly this may have handling implications for Post Office, although instinctively it feels that the more conciliatory we are on this, the more the JFSA get to try and widen the scope of the scheme to find a smoking gun which does not exist. And then you forward that further up the page to Laura Thompson. What role did she then perform?
She had just joined the team.
The SheEx team?
Yeah, taking over from Peter Batten, who was the prior person looking after Horizon for me.
Saying that she better get up to speed on Horizon. So far, we've not been sucked in, but it's probably only a matter of time. And is that how you viewed matters at the time?
Well, you could feel the pressure building. We'd spent a year trying to keep this as an operational matter for Post Office. And the pressure was building that we might be required to intervene.
What did you mean by the suggestion that the JFSA were trying to find a smoking gun which does not exist?
Well, by that time, a lot of the mediation investigations had been done. We hadn't heard of any specific problem with Horizon that caused losses to sub-postmasters. And there was the second site were expanding their scope of work, and I thought that might be because they hadn't found the issues they were expecting to find with the Horizon scheme, and therefore they'd be widening their scope because they hadn't found the smoking gun, which is the bug that creates the losses.
The words that you use appear to suggest, would you agree, that you had formed the view that there would be no smoking gun found in relation to problems with the Horizon system?
I think by that time I probably had, or at least on the balance of strongly on the balance of probabilities that's the view I'd taken.
And did that mindset pervade your thinking and affect your actions?
I think
not only has one not been found, one will not be found.
Yeah, because I think that's probably right. Over the course of time, another year had gone by of investigations, in particular investigations of people's cases that had said there is a problem, had been looked at by Post Office, looked at by Second Sight. We hadn't heard of a particular bug causing the loss. So my emerging conclusion was, yes, there isn't an issue, and it did colour my view going forward from around that point.
Why were you so sure that the smoking gun did not in fact exist?
Well, as I say, there had been, I think by that point, almost 2.5 years of investigation, including by Second Sight, and they hadn't found, and they'd looked at...
Including by Second Sight. Who had been the other investigation?
Well, by Post Office. So Post Office had looked, and right...
How had they looked?
Well, sorry.
Yes, what investigation had they conducted?
Oh, well, so as part of the mediation scheme, Post Office had a team of 20 people that would be looking at each individual case. That case was referred to Second Sight to also investigate. So you'd had two sets of investigations with the first...
And is that how you viewed it? There were two investigations going on here?
Yeah, that's how I viewed it. There were two investigations going on, one of which is independent, the latter one, Second Sight. I trusted the first one, the investigations done by Post Office.
Why were you so credulous when it came to reassurances from Post Office, and yet so disbelieving of what the sub-postmasters and the MPs were telling you?
Because I suppose it's from the point of view that I was looking for a bug in the Horizon system that created losses with a direct link. I thought that's what everybody was looking for, rightly or wrongly. That's what I was sort of looking for. And I hadn't...
Just stop there. Why were you looking for that?
Well, because that's what I thought the case was about. That there were, and it's often even said now in the media today, there are bugs in Horizon. I thought we were looking for bugs in Horizon that were unknown to Post Office, and that they were causing losses to the sub-postmasters. I was looking for a causation of finding an unknown bug that hadn't been previously known about that caused the loss at the sub-postmaster end. And by this stage here, in February 15, as I'd understood that sort of investigation had been going on in one form or another for 2 and a bit years, if 2.5. So over that time, that's what gave me, I wouldn't say confidence, but it gave me the feeling that there wasn't a smoking gun knocking around, and that's why, rather than the JFSA widening the scope, that's why I felt that Second Sight really were seeking to widen the scope, because they hadn't found any particular problems with the individual cases where they were saying there was an issue.
Can we turn to the issue of obtaining information from the Post Office and look at UKGI 402292? An email from you to Peter Batten of the 1st of May 2014.
Yep.
And if we just scroll down a little bit. Thank you. In the last paragraph, I'm going to skip over the substance if I may. You say, I hope I haven't crossed a line by saying Tim mentioned you're worried that I apportioned some blame to the team for the press notice stuff. So I think this part is about a press notice. I'm not sure exactly what it's about.
No,
you continue. I just want to be clear that I don't at all. It has, however, taught me a lesson. I need to push harder on Post Office to get things done. I've been too reliant on their promises to deliver, which has been an error on my part. However, we do, however, need to be realistic as well. Our view and their view will often be different.
Yep.
And we're going to have to pick our battles.
Yep.
What's the context of this? Can you remember?
I honestly can't remember. I think it's something to do with, number one, about, because it's a press notice, Mark Davies and I think Becky Barrow was a journalist of some description. But I honestly can't remember the...
You said that you had been too reliant on Post Office's promises to deliver.
Yeah.
Was, other than in this context, was that a theme of your work over the 4 years that we're looking at? Did you feel that you were over-reliant on them?
That I was over-reliant? Well, I was reliant on them. I don't think I was over-reliant on them. I mean, it depended on what the issue was. But in terms of comms, which I think this is about, it's about relying on them to do it the way that we felt appropriate. I think I can't really remember, I'm afraid.
Can we turn to poll 0015-8108, please? And look at page 3, please. And scroll down. And keep going. Yes, we can see that this is signed off by Neil Hayward, Group
Yes.
People Director. Do you remember the function that he performed?
He was, he was people director, like HR director.
And if we go up, please. And keep going. Thank you. Just a little bit further. I think we can see a little bit further from the reply. Keep going. And again. This, we can see from the reply here that I think Mr. Hayward's email went to, amongst others, Paula Reynolds.
Yes.
Okay, if we scroll back down to the beginning part of his email. Thank you. So February 14, for your information, I recently met with Richard, that's you, during his induction and mine to the Post Office. He provided me with some insight on the things that interest him. I thought I should share what I learned. Scroll down, please. The Post Office is hugely politically important, whilst it is probably the third biggest of the around 20 or so businesses being managed through SheEx. It carries the highest profile. Everything that we do has the potential to create issues for ministers. This is partly why they will always ask us detailed questions. He explained that the Treasury applies pressure to ensure the investment in Post Office is doing what they said it would do. Would that record of what you are said to have said be accurate?
I can't really remember, but...
i.e. the content?
But yeah, that's probably something I might well have said.
And if we scroll up to page 1, please. Ms. Venel's reply. See the note below. She's forwarding this to Alice Perkins. And if we, just scroll down, please. The direct reply, if we just keep going. She says, Richard, that's you asked the right questions. And then in the next paragraph, Richard has the job of making sure that government gets a return. We're in the delivery phase, and within BIS, he is accountable. We need to make him comfortable and confident that we will deliver what we set out to. And then scroll on a little bit, please. 3 paras from the bottom there. Richard's scope has not yet picked up Sparrow or business transformation. It will, as he is attending next week's board meeting. But as this is the case, I suggest we leave them off the SheEx review agenda, as he will be well briefed by then. So looking at this exchange generally then, at the time that you joined Post Office, as a NED and took over as the lead on the SheEx team, was it the case that Post Office carried the highest profile amongst all of the businesses managed by SheEx?
I think so, yes.
How did the political importance of the Post Office impact on the nature and extent of SheEx's and Ministerial interest in Post Office?
Sorry, can you explain the question? Sorry.
Yes. How did the political importance of the Post Office, that is explained or described in this exchange here, impact on the nature and extent of SheEx involvement in or oversight of Post Office? Did it make it different from many of the other 19 businesses?
No, it's sort of a question of degree, but there was always interest politically, both from ministers, but because of interest in Parliament and the media around what Post Office was doing, whether it be its network transformation, whether it be putting Crown offices into WH Smith, anything and everything always seemed to create a lot of media attention and parliamentary attention, which just meant there was a lot of scrutiny.
Mr. Hayward said that you wanted to get underneath the surface a bit, you'll remember in that email.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do to get under the surface a bit?
Well,
in practical terms,
we were on the phone to Post Office and emailing Post Office practically every day about every different, those overwhelming number of issues. So anything from tearing apart their funding plan to understanding the latest difficulties they were having in a particular issue. So it was a sort of just constant stream of areas that we would discuss with them. From industrial relations to closing the pension scheme to particular particular Post Office closures or changes. There was a mix of very macro and micro issues constantly coming our way that people were interested in. And we would go and ask them questions, we would go and visit them, we would get on the phone, we would send them emails, and we would try and get satisfied with what they are telling us.
Was there a document which told businesses, that document can come down, thank you, which told businesses which SheEx managed and oversaw what government expects of it?
I'm not sure there was. I mean, there are framework agreements and articles of association and those sorts of constitutional structures. And there are chairman's letters or letters to the chair and those sorts of things. So it depends on the company.
Can we look, please, at UKGI 304-4314? This is part of the SheEx handbook. Do you remember that?
Only vaguely. I remember it being written when I arrived in 2007.
Was it not a document which, being a handbook and everything, that people might have recourse to?
Not particularly, no. I don't recall it really being, after the first few months of it being in existence, it didn't really get, from memory, really get rolled out. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, oh, I remember what that was, but I don't recall particularly it being rolled out as something that everybody had as a handbook.
Was it, even when limitedly rolled out, something which businesses, which SheEx managed, were directed to or given a copy of?
I don't think so. I think it was internal. But I don't know for sure. It may well have been at the time.
Can we just look at page 3, please? This is in the section of corporate governance. And if we scroll down, please. So if we just go back to page 2, please. And then page 3. And scroll down. And over the page. Thank you. The heading, what government expects of its businesses.
Yeah.
in order for this to be effective, presumably the business would have had to have been given this.
I can see why you'd say that. I'm not sure if it ever was, and I think that would be more around the idea that the shareholder team would. This is what the shareholder team should expect of its business.
But don't tell the business about it.
But I don't think you tell the business about it. No.
That seems slightly odd, if I may say so, Mr. Callard.
Yes, but I think you're placing reliance on a single internal document that was done in 2007, which by 2014 things had moved on. I mean,
Was this updated then?
I don't know. I don't think it was. For example, it doesn't mention. I know it's on page 2. It doesn't mention, for example, having a shareholder net because time had moved on. So I think this. I don't know what happened to it. To be honest,
I've been looking for a document that emanated from government that would be passed to a business, telling the business what government expected of it in terms of general principles of governance. Yeah. And this is the closest I've been able to find. You say that this would have been an internal document, even though it set out expectations of businesses managed by SHEX and may not have been passed to them.
Well, I can't remember what happened to that document. Clearly time has moved on, but I think the stuff there, looking at it, is stuff that you would expect a business that you are the shareholder of to be doing anyway. So
businesses
should be honest, open. Sorry.
Should seek an honest, open and ongoing dialogue with the government as shareholder, should clearly communicate the plans they're pursuing, the likely financial and wider consequences of those plans. Principle 1. Principle 2, businesses should operate a no surprises policy, ensuring the government as shareholder is informed well in advance of anything potentially contentious in the public arena.
Yep.
And then principle 8, businesses should have and continue to develop coherent strategies for each business unit. The approach to reviewing strategy should be a dialogue between the board and the shareholder.
Yes.
You say that these are essentially, have I got you right, are so obvious that a business ought need to be told about them?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I was, this time when this came out, I was an assistant director. So I don't know quite what happened and why this sort of phased away. And I've no idea what happened to principles 3, 4, etc. But yes, I think you'd expect, and we would expect as a shareholder team, businesses to operate that. And that's kind of the culture that we would expect a business would have, and that we would operate on the understanding of.
And so, when you joined in 2014, were you aware of any of the following, that the Post Office had known about a whole series of bugs, errors and defects in Horizon that had existed right from its inception since 2000?
No.
That included the Falkirk Square bug from 2006?
I think what I understood was the second site advice, which had 2 bugs, mentioned 2 bugs.
One of which was Falkirk.
Right, okay. So
is that right?
I can't remember, I'm afraid. So I knew that there was the position I understood as I came into the role was that there was no systemic failures, given there's probably a discussion about what that really means. And then there were 2 known bugs, but as my understanding was that the losses caused by those bugs had been corrected by Post Office, so the sub-postmasters didn't lose out. So that was my understanding of the extent of bugs.
Were you ever told that the Post Office, was in possession of expert reports as a result of civil litigation that it had engaged in 2004 and 2006, which challenged the proposition that Horizon was robust?
No.
But were you ever told about the previous acquittals of sub-postmasters, each of whom had raised the defective operation of Horizon as part of their defence? The names included Susan Palmer, Maureen McKelvey and Nicola Arch.
No.
Would you expect to be briefed about that kind of thing?
Yes.
By whom?
Anybody that was talking to me about Sparrow.
And they were issues that were relevant to, or they were matters that were relevant to issues in the group litigation.
Right.
Would you agree?
Well, they are. Yes, they're certainly relevant.
Whether Horizon was robust and whether sub-postmasters have been liable under their contracts for alleged shortfalls. To whom do you attribute responsibility for the government not being informed of such matters?
That's hard to say because those matters are quite historical. So I don't know who would be, I mean, whether it be the legal team that should have that on file and should tell people about it.
Was SheEx ever made aware of the Simon Clarke advice in relation to the credibility of the Post Office's main expert witness, Gareth Jenkins?
No, the first time I learned about the Clarke advice was in the sort of fallout of the GLO, I think.
Sorry, you learned about it in the context of the GLO?
Yes, when it got raised in the GLO, there was advice, the Clarke advice. Was.
Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Oh, well, it was just, I think...
Because as far as we know, the outward-facing disclosure of the Clarke advice didn't occur until November 2020 in the context of the criminal appeals.
Okay, so maybe when I say GLO, I mean the legal cases that happened after me. Sorry, I don't mean specific... Well, I don't understand the nuances between the different cases, but as part of the findings against Post Office, I heard about the Clarke advice. Well, that's the first time I'd heard about it.
You've seen it now?
It was in my bundle.
Yes. Is that the kind of, in the light of the questions that you were asking and the things that the Post Office was saying publicly, is that the kind of document that you would expect to have been provided with, or the content summarised to you?
Yes, and I would expect the board to have been provided, before I got there, the board to have been provided with it immediately, given the board then was looking at prosecutions and the safety thereof.
Of course, the duties set out here, all the expectations set out here cut both ways, don't they? There was a duty on SheEx to exercise a degree of professional curiosity and scrutiny, is that right?
Yes.
You said that you accept personally that on reflection you were insufficiently curious.
Yes, I think that's self-evident because I didn't get to the bottom of it.
Is that the basis on which you say you were insufficiently curious? I.e. that in fact there were things that you did not discover? Or is it a more nuanced reflection on what you in fact did or didn't do?
Well, I think that it's probably both. I mean, clearly I'm one part of this, but it's difficult to know what to ask for if you don't know about it. So you can't go and ask, well, is there any evidence that you've got that prosecutions aren't safe, when it's been presented to board before you've got there that prosecutions are safe, and that was set out by an independent firm and a KC. You have to take assurance from the independent advice that's been given to a board before you get.
When you were first appointed as shareholder net, what was your understanding of Post Office's investigatory and prosecutorial functions?
There had been quite a comprehensive discussion in the February board about the new prosecution policy, and that paper contained a reasonable amount of detail about the history, in addition to the forward look about the new policy. So I was aware quite early on that Post Office brought prosecution. I don't think I understood the nuances of that, of being prosecutor, victim, investigator.
In your witness statement, you say that, for the note, it's paragraphs 273 and 329, that you understood that there had been a review in 2013 by Cartwright King and Brian Altman, QC, which had been reassuring, and the comfort I took from what I understood to be a thorough review by Cartwright King and Brian Altman, QC, was clearly misplaced. I had never heard directly from any of the affected sub-postmasters on the issue of past prosecutions, and you say that you weren't, and the board was not provided with a copy of Mr. Clarke's advice of the 15th of July 2013. At the time that you were told about the Cartwright-King review, did you understand that to an extent it was marking its own homework, i.e. reviewing prosecutions which it itself had brought?
I don't think that occurred to me. I mean, I learnt of it in the first board that I observed. I wasn't a member, and I was still getting to grips with all of the things of Post Office, so that I wouldn't have thought too deeply about that paper.
And so is the comfort that you took hearing the words that a firm of solicitors and a QC have undertaken a review and the outcome of it was reassuring?
Well,
is that as far as it went?
Well, I took comfort from the board. I mean, the board that I joined had that advice, was broadly comfortable with it, and whenever, you know, the focus of the board thereafter tended to be around the mediation scheme, not past prosecutions. So I didn't just take comfort from the paper that I read. I took comfort from the fact that the rest of the board, it didn't seem to be an issue that the rest of the board were vexed about, so I took my lead from that one.
Did you ever receive any copies of legal advice that Post Office obtained during your time, either as shareholder Ned or as SHEEX?
I can't remember. I may have done, but I can't think of any instances.
So you can't recall any instances where you actually read the advice rather than what Post Office said was in the advice?
I can't think of any instances. Not saying there weren't any, but...
Did you ever request any copies of the primary material itself, i.e. what the actual lawyer actually said?
Well, I can't think of an instance that, outside of the Sparrow situation, where there was legal advice to... Hold on, wait a minute. I may have seen some in relation to the reprocurement of Fujitsu. I guess the Linklaters advice of March 15 is legally privileged. I mean, so yes, so I will have seen some.
Was there a prohibition, to your understanding, on board members seeing the legal advice itself?
Not that I understood, but I've since seen evidence from others, such as Tim Parker, where that has happened. I didn't understand there to be a prohibition.
Was that ever the subject of discussion, i.e. board members saying, we actually want to see what is said by our legal advisor, rather than what somebody says the legal advisor has said?
I don't recall that ever being discussed.
Thank you. So it's just after 5 past. I wonder whether we can take our first morning break until 20 past, please.
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you continue to see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Callard, can you move right forward and aim both microphones at your mouth, please? I've been told that those listening online have sometimes encountered difficulty in hearing you.
Right.
Thank you. Is it right that one of the key roles of SHEEX was to identify risks in relation to each of its assets?
Yes.
And is it right that SHEEX maintained a monthly risk register?
For each asset, yes.
Is it right that the completion of that risk register on a monthly basis didn't simply entail recording the business's own assessment of risk, but was in fact SHEEX's own assessment of the risk?
That's right.
As the person who led the Post Office shareholder team, was it ultimately your responsibility to ensure that the risks were A, properly recorded,
Yes.
and B, adequately assessed?
Yes.
But was it therefore your responsibility to ensure that you and your team had sufficient information in order properly to record and to assess risk?
Yes.
Can we look at some examples across the years, please? Starting with 2014 by looking at UKGI 402515. This is the risk register for the 13th of February 2014. And so just for some context, that is 7 or 8 months after the publication of the Second Sight interim report. And as we now know, at a time when the Post Office was aware of problems connected with Mr. Jenkins' evidence in criminal prosecutions, and at a time when advice was being sought externally from the likes of Cartwright King and Brian Altman, KC.
Yeah, could you just scroll down? I was looking at this last night. So,
To which line?
well, where you are now, I'm not sure whether because the date should be in the top right-hand corner where it says TBC.
If we go to title and guide, so bottom left.
Yeah, it's just the reason why I'm saying that is because the person that's got one of the risks around the Post Office card account is Leonie Lambert, who joined the team at the end of 2014.
So what's the point that you're making? So
Because you're saying that it's at February 14, and I'm saying it's probably 8 months beyond February 14.
So this is a document that UKGI sent us,
Yep.
and it's got on it, can you see last updated 13th of February 2014? Can you see that? Third box down, last updated.
Yeah, yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Are you saying that's wrong?
I'm saying I'm not sure, but I know that there was a different person. If we're dealing with February 14, there was a different person in charge of some of those risks at the time, so I'm not entirely sure of the date. The risks, though, broadly are probably similar to what they were in February 14.
So if we go back to risk register.
Yeah.
Thank you. And can you point to the person?
So government digital transformation, that was Leonie Lambert, and the Post Office card account, risk 6, Leonie Lambert, she joined the team, I think, towards the back end of 2014. It was prior to that Katrina Ledbetter that would have looked after those things. She was there as the government services person when I joined the team.
So what does that mean for us then? Hold on.
Sorry.
We shouldn't rely on the dates on the UKGI risk registers as being true.
To be honest, I don't know actually what it means. All I was saying was because you were putting it in the context of it's February and it's X number of months after Second Sight. I'm saying it's not. I think it's actually perhaps a little bit beyond that. So that's all I'm saying. In case you were
I'm not challenging you. I'm seeking to understand what we should what reliance this inquiry can place on UKGI's documents. And what, I mean, if we look, for example, at line 7, we scroll down.
Yep.
There's an entry there
But
with, and the third part of column B, just one to the left,
Yeah.
if you put the cursor one to the left, that's it. Can you see it says 13th of February 2014, terminated 1st of October 2014, which tend to support the point that you're making.
yes.
So
I don't.
how should we treat these documents?
Well, I don't know. I can only imagine that 13th of the 2nd in each of those is the date that the risk was created.
Going back to title and guide,
yeah,
on
yeah.
page 1,
Yes, I noticed. Yeah, I get that.
that says last updated.
I know.
Because obviously the risks change sometimes.
Yes, no, I get that entirely. But I'm just pointing out that what date that document comes from. I think last updated. I don't recall us ever really updating the first page, because the interesting bits are on the second page.
So where it says last updated, you don't recall that ever being updated?
No, I don't ever be. In fact, I'm not sure whether they even come round with that title and guide page on anymore. They just come round as the risk register tab.
So going back to the risk register then, please.
Yep. Sorry if I'm causing some confusion.
No, it's not. No, it's just the extent to which we can place reliance on documents that are given to us.
Yep.
We shouldn't treat this as a document which accurately records the risks as the SHEEX saw them on the 13th of February 2014. Some of the text may have been inserted after that date.
And the ratings may have moved around a bit.
Given that this was done on a monthly basis,
Yep.
if we look for the March one,
Yep.
oughtn't that to be the place to update it rather than updating the February one?
Well, this is probably this is, I would imagine, it has been updated in March and April and February and until we get to October, and then this is the October view, as it turns out.
I see. So we should search through the document and look for the latest date that there's an entry on it, and we could say confidently that it has been amended at least at that time.
I've seen plenty of risk registers that are in my bundle which have the top right date put on them.
Yeah.
And that's what should have happened. I don't know why it happened. I mean, these risk registers came in around about February, which is why all those entries are created then, I think. And so people were still getting used to populating them and possibly didn't populate the top right-hand.
Was the purpose of the risk register to act as a tool to provide a snapshot of known risks, to provide a tool to ensure prompt oversight and discussion of risk management on an ongoing basis, and then to provoke action as a result?
Yes, it provided an opportunity for the team to think about risk and to communicate risk sort of into the centre of checks.
Is that right? An opportunity to consider risk and to communicate what the risk was rather than do anything about it?
Well, inherently, we were doing stuff about all of these risks. I mean, we wouldn't write risk down and then not deal with it, or not take steps to deal with it.
And so the act of assessing and then recording the risk was a tool to ensure action was then taken?
Yes, because what you would tend to do on these sorts of risk registers, the risks would stay the same. The mitigations would move about a little bit, but generally speaking, the main change would be in the far right-hand column of current status, which is essentially saying this is the latest, and it would either set out what we've done or what is happening.
Can we look at lines 55 to 57, please? Thank you. And risk number 11, which is Project Sparrow. Mr. Batten's name underneath it, is that the lead on the risk or the owner of the risk?
He's essentially the person leading the work on it. So if there was ever a Sparrow issue, I would turn to him and ask him to do the work. In the same way, if it was about the mails contract above, I'd asked him to do that.
If we look under Sparrow, it's quite difficult to read because the words page 2 are printed over the top of it, but just reading along all of lines 55 to 57, so the entirety of the risk numbered 11, there doesn't appear to be anything that addresses that one of the risks that had arisen was that Post Office may have prosecuted individuals wrongly on the basis of data which lacked integrity, does there?
No, that's right, it doesn't.
And if we look at the fourth column along, so I'm sorry, the fourth one with writing in it, so that, thank you, which I think is column K. I'm so sorry, I mean column F. Thank you, that's the one. Can you see that the type of risk is recorded?
Yes.
And it's recorded as being a reputational risk, a finance risk, and a people risk. It doesn't record the existence of a legal risk. Do you know why that would be?
I don't. Is legal an option?
Well, I don't know.
Well, the drop-down box would tell you.
Well, ought it to be an option?
Well, if that was, I suppose so, yes.
And
although, sorry,
yes,
that the risk register would often be about the risk to SHECs as much as the risk to the.
Well, I was going to come to that question ultimately
it would come
in a moment.
Sometimes get conflated,
but you might as well address it now as you've mentioned it. Which organisation did the risks recorded on this document relate to?
The risks should relate to SHECs. What would often, and UKGI, what would often happen is that inherently the risk to the organisation would sort of creep in and it would get conflated because if something at the organisation goes wrong, then essentially SHECs has to deal with the fallout of that. So in this case, it might have reputational risks for both Post Office, but also largely for SHECs in terms of having to deal with the issues that are involved with it.
And if you just look at the next column along, sort of G, H, I, and J, which is the RAG rating boxes, can you see those?
Yeah.
The probability of the risk eventuating, the impact of the risk if it does happen, and therefore the rating of the risk. Can you see that this risk rating rates Project Sparrow overall as having a risk rating of 9, which I think is the lowest or one of the lowest risks identified in this document?
I can see that it's a 9, yes.
Did that reflect the contemporaneous assessment of the risk to both SHEX and to the Post Office that Project Sparrow was low risk?
I think that it reflects, yes, where we got to in terms of our thoughts around the investigations that had happened by that point, but it's also put in it's relative to other risks which we perceive to be higher. So, for example, 10 above it is perceived to be very high because there were existential threats perceived to Post Office in its relationship with Royal Mail, which it was very reliant on.
I think what's supposed to happen is each numbered risk is then meant to be translated into a box or a circle that appears on the heat map. Is that right?
I think at that stage we used to summarise the top 6. So you'd only put the top 6 circles on.
I was about to say, is that why Project Sparrow doesn't even make it onto the heat map?
Yes, because there's 6 other risks perceived to be higher.
So risk 11 doesn't make it onto our heat map at the top there?
That's correct.
And would you agree there appears to be no mention, either in the text or otherwise, of the possibility that the Post Office may have prosecuted individuals and those prosecutions may have been resulted in unsafe convictions?
Yeah, well, on reflection, yes, that should have been.
And there's no risk mentioned that Horizon might lack data integrity, which could undermine the functioning of the business, is there?
No, and I think that's, well, I can speculate why that is, but no, I agree.
And in fact, Sparrow's perceived not to pose any legal risk to the Post Office or SheEx. Such risk as it does pose is reputational, financial and people. And in column E, the risk recorded is reputational and brand risk due to a perception. Is that how things were seen?
Well, because it's that the impact of risk is talking about the risk of the working group failing.
Do you think the things that I've mentioned count as omissions?
On reflection, knowing what I know now, yes, I would agree.
And do those omissions reflect a rather cursory and limited nature of the assessment of risk being undertaken?
I don't know. I disagree with that.
The Post Office had focused significant attention on Horizon issues during the work of Second Sight, hadn't it?
It's what? Sorry.
The Post Office had focused significant attention
on the work
on Horizon in the course of the work of Second Sight.
That's correct.
And at this time was still undergoing a review of past criminal convictions. As I've said, it had taken advice and was taking advice from Brian Altman and Cartwright King.
I had understood that they were over by then, I think.
I see. So do you think that's why they're not mentioned?
So yes, so I think on entering the business in roundabout February, from my perspective, there has been a review by Second Sight with an interim report that says there's no systemic failures in Horizon. Stemming from that, the business has responded with a business improvement program, a review of...
Just stopping there. You framed the Second Sight interim report of the 8th of July as a report which said there are no systemic problems in Horizon.
Yeah.
Is that how you saw it?
I saw the position that I felt that I inherited was that there'd been a report that said there was no systemic failures within Horizon, but the business's response to that, nevertheless, was to review the safety of prosecutions, Cartwright King, to set up a business improvement program to deal with some of the issues around training, and also to set up a mediation scheme to investigate the individual cases that postmasters still had with Horizon. But by certainly this time, if this is around about October of 14, there had been quite a lot of investigation by Second Sight and by Post Office into the safety and integrity of Horizon. And therefore, and I, as I said before, I hadn't seen any evidence that directly linked bugs, new bugs, any bugs apart from in Horizon to losses that hadn't been compensated for.
I see. So the fact that the possibility that the Post Office may have wrongfully prosecuted individuals, or that Horizon lacked data integrity, was such a remote possibility that it needn't even be recorded on a risk register.
I think that's probably right. We felt that the bigger risk was the blue blobs that are there, plus in terms of Project Sparrow specifically, we were looking for Post Office to sort this out via the mediation scheme, and the mediation scheme was not going very well, and that felt to be the bigger risk. The other risks that you've just cited there were felt to have been, wrongly, as it turns out, felt to have been dealt with, which is why there'd be a very low probability, and so probably not on that.
Sorry to interrupt, but item 11 is the identification of a topic which might give rise to a risk. All right, is that a fair way of starting that?
Yes. So you identify a risk.
yeah. So what, in terms of this risk register, do you understand Project Sparrow to be?
I understand it to be essentially the progress of the mediation scheme to bring resolution to both sub-postmasters and post office in the remaining 136, well not remaining, but the 136 cases where sub-postmasters came forward and had an issue with the working of Horizon.
Right. So if we understand Project Sparrow in the what I'll call for these purposes the narrow sense of the mediation scheme,
Yeah.
to my way of thinking at least, what follows kind of makes sense because you're assessing the risks associated with that scheme. What's lacking, I think, from this register, it might be argued, is any recognition of any kind of any other potential risk arising from the use of Horizon.
Yeah, and I would agree with you. And the reason for that is because we thought that of the things we were seeing, either the risk was so small it didn't really warrant I wasn't there, or it didn't warrant an entry because the probability of it occurring was below 1 out of 5.
Yeah, so effectively, you're telling me that the wider risks which are being put to you by Mr. Beer, in your mind or in SHEX's mind or UKGI's mind, actually didn't qualify as a risk sufficiently important to put on this register.
I think that's right, given what we knew at the time and what we
I follow that.
Yeah.
That's your reasoning.
Yes,
but
yes.
I just wanted to understand in my head.
No, that's I think it's
all about. And have I got it right?
Yes, I think so. Yes. So we were very much focused on the mediation scheme and trying to get that to be successful and for Post Office to make sure that it runs.
Can we move forwards, please, a year to February 2015, UKGI 403427. And if we can just go to guidance, please, the guidance tab.
It's different.
Yes, it's changed in nature. If we go back to the risk register.
The top right-hand date is now correct.
February 15, 28th of February 15. On this occasion, should we treat that as being a true date?
Yeah, I think we probably should.
And if we go, so just to put this in context, 28th of February 15, this was a couple of weeks after Paula Venables and Angela van der Bogaard had appeared before Parliament, the Select Committee, on the 3rd of February 2015. And I think also by this time the relationship between Second Sight and Post Office had deteriorated still further. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And if we go to, thank you, we're there, 55 to 57, Project Sparrow described in the same way. Owner has changed. Should we understand, following the chairman's questions, the reference to Project Sparrow in the same way as you described it in relation to the previous spreadsheet, namely in the narrow sense of referring to the conduct of the work arising from Second Sight's interim report and the operation of the working group?
No, I think the Sparrow, as you've seen me use today, became a sort of catch-all term for anything to do with Horizon. So I would imagine that might have the term Sparrow might have widened out. It wasn't specifically focused on the mediation, but that probably was our focus still at the time.
So, do we understand the identity of the risk differently in the use of the words Project Sparrow on this spreadsheet?
I think it's an evolution of where we were from the prior spreadsheet. So
does this refer Project Sparrow now to wider issues, the bigger issues, as the chairman
well, yeah, as you
described them?
yes, in the context of having a mediation scheme which is clearly not working very well, and a situation where there is more pressure on Post Office and the government because of that fact.
We'll see that the risk rating in columns G, H, I and J has not changed at all.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I can.
And again, I think it doesn't even make it onto the heat map.
No.
Had the risk therefore really remained unchanged since February 2014 or October 2014?
We're clearly saying that it has stayed the same. I think by the time I arrived in and got to grips with Sparrow in February and March, it was already the case that the mediation scheme was in trouble, and so I would imagine my perception of risk hadn't really changed between those periods of time, even though the circumstances possibly had.
If we look at the final column, column Q, JFSA are increasing the profile of this issue, including them and Post Office going to BizCom in February. We've managed to keep ministers' distance from this for the moment, but we are seeing increased correspondence in this area. Risk level remains the same for now, given ministerial distance. Who had managed to keep ministers' distance from the horizon issues at the Post Office?
Well, by distant, I think what we mean is it's an operational matter for Post Office. And
so in the arm's length sense, the arms have got longer?
Well, the arms have stayed the same length, I would say.
I mean, I think over time you'll see sometimes the arms get longer when it suits government and then get shorter when it doesn't.
I'm not sure. Well, you see ministers wanting to check to do that, and often our advice we know it is an operational matter for the business. They're the best place to deal with it, in our view, rightly or wrongly, and that was the advice we gave.
So who had managed to keep ministers distanced?
Well, I suppose it's a combination of factors, but yes, it's our team in the sense that.
How had they managed to?
Well, in the sense that where there was inbound correspondence, we would say, well, that's a matter for Post Office, and we would ask Post Office to deal with it. So
you would roll out the it's an arm's length, an LB situation. It's an operational matter.
Well, yes, because we felt that it was an operational matter. We had obviously been involved a bit more. There'd been a debate, I think, in December 14 with Joe Swinson, so they had been involved a little bit more. But generally speaking, our position was still that it was an operational matter for the business, and that was the best place to sort it out.
If there was limited risk and the risk remained unchanged, why was there a need to keep the issue away from ministers?
Well, because the position of that I inherited hadn't changed in that sense. There was still it was an operational matter for the business. There was lots of stakeholder correspondence and parliamentary activity about it, but in essence, it wasn't all that different to the position I'd started with.
And that last column tends to suggest that a function or a primary function of this risk register is about the risk that the Post Office posed to government, rather than the risk that the Post Office posed either to itself or to the public.
Well, there's perhaps an element of that, because I said it's a checks risk register rather than a Post Office risk register. But we're always mindful. My job as a civil servant, with my civil servant hat on, is to try and deal with and protect ministers from undue, or even due sometimes, criticism. This was an operational matter for the business. That was the position that was established with ministers even before I joined, and that was what I was trying to do.
Was thought ever given to maintaining a risk register that recorded the risks that the Post Office posed to itself or to the public?
No, because we'd see that as being a thing for the Post Office to do.
Did you ever ask to see Post Office risk registers?
Not specifically, but I think they would have been come out as part of the board pack. When I joined the ARC, I would have seen them, but I would take assurance that the ARC that I didn't sit on initially would be dealing with that side of things.
Can we move forwards, please, to 2016 UKGI 406622? This top right is 29th of February 2016, so a year further on. And if we look, please, at lines 40 to 42. Thank you. We can see Project Sparrow.
Yeah.
If we go across the columns G to J, we can see that the risk has increased very substantially, both in terms of probability and impact, to a risk rating of 20. And highlighted in red under column K, responsibility rests with Post Office to manage both the mediation scheme and the stakeholders generally. Post Office Chair undertaking review with independent QC. That's a reference to the Parker or Swift review. We are managing ministers' involvement with the intention of keeping the issue independent of government. And then far right column in Q. Thank you. Post Office Chair. I wonder if that could just be expanded slightly. It's up at the top. Thank you. Wrote to Baroness Neville Rolfe with an update on his review, meeting scheduled for end of April. Baroness Neville Rolfe keen to update Lord Arbuthnot, so need a public line. CCRC conclusion is not imminent, and no news about JFSA plans for class action. All mediations now completed. CEDA due to issue final summary shortly. This records that the intention was to keep the issue independent of government. Was that your understanding of SHEEX's, your intention at the time?
Yes, and we, when the new government came in May 15, we tested their position about whether it's an operational matter with ministers, to which they agreed.
And so it was understood that the chairman, Tim Parker, was undertaking a review with an independent QC. The CCRC's conclusion was imminent and mediations were completed. Mm-hmm. In those circumstances, what had happened to increase the risk assessment?
Well, the mediation had now completed, but there was still significant stakeholder issues. It hadn't put the matter to bed, and the mediation scheme clearly didn't offer a way through.
So in what sense did that increase the risk to SHEEX?
I suppose we'd hoped that the mediation scheme would put the matter to bed and it would be resolved. It clearly wasn't. We had a minister who was very interested in the topic, and we had to find a way to provide reassurance and continue to look at the issues to understand why those issues that JFSA was saying still existed, because it hadn't been dealt with by the mediation scheme, so there was a higher risk.
Under column P, and if we just scroll up to the top, we'll see that that is an additional column for mitigating actions. Back down, please. It's recorded that further mitigating actions are to ensure that the Post Office is proactively managing interest and noise and is aware of ministers' expectations, manage interest and wobbles from ministers or the centre, including preparing fallback options if current arm's length position becomes untenable. There's quite a lot in there.
Yeah.
Firstly, what is meant in your mind by the word noise in this context?
I think it's shorthand for anything that is, inbound correspondence, parliamentary questions, potential debates, select committees.
Does it indicate things without substance?
No, it just is a shorthand word of saying, well, I suppose it means criticism. It means that everything that was going on at the time, it's a very shorthand word, and I think it's one of those words that people in government would understand and would use.
Manage interest and wobbles from ministers or the centre. Were those emerging?
Well, the Baroness Neville Rolfe was very keen to, was very interested in the topic, and
That's slightly different from a wobble.
it is, but it was about whether she felt comfortable or not with what was taking place. So periodically, I think she did, and periodically, I think she didn't. So at the time, I think she'd commissioned Parker. She was sort of happy with that approach. We were waiting for Mr. Parker's review. But then, there was lots of noise, and she would respond to that. And there's a temptation for her to want to get more involved. And of course, our position, as we agreed with ministers, was that it was an operational matter for Post Office.
But a fallback was to be prepared if the current arm's length position became untenable.
Yes, I'm not.
So that indicates, does it not, Mr. Callard, that it's a matter of choice for government whether an arm's length relationship was maintained with the Post Office or not?
Yes, just.
And so the length of the arms can vary according to government's desire?
They can.
And why was it now being contemplated that the arms might get shorter?
Well, I think due to the passage of time, and no one has been satisfied, nobody from the JFSA has been satisfied with the results so far. I think we're waiting for, well, this implies we've already got Mr. Parker's letter, but anyway, the position is just sort of still evolving, I suppose.
Can we move forward to 2017, please? UKGI 407578. This is January 2017. Mm-hmm. Just click on the guidance, please. The guidance tab. Thank you. Yep. So back to risk register, please. And if we go to lines 85 to 87. Thank you. Under column D, civil litigation and or Court of Appeal processes, judge that Post Office has acted inappropriately or illegally, even absent such a finding, ongoing risk that they continue to be perceived to have acted in that way. E, potential for significant compensation claims if civil or criminal courts rule against Post Office. More likely, however, and certainly in the short term, is that this continues to be a significant distraction and cost to the business as they defend their actions. The risk has seemingly now dropped back down to 12. Yep. Column K, Post Office have external legal advisors employed on the civil litigation, including a QC. They continue to update UKGI through the board and directly on key stages, but this is a legal matter and distinct from government. And then UKGI have briefed Minister Margot James and will keep ministers and SPADs updated at this point. Bayes Legal are also up to speed and contributing to any advice to ministers, maintaining a position that the government will not comment on an ongoing legal issue. And then there's some detail as to court hearings. No timeline yet on when the CCRC review will be complete. So I think this now recognises, we can see from column F that there is a legal risk to presumably both the Post Office and SHEEX.
Yes.
but the risk...
Well, I'm not sure the risk is legal to SHECs,
Right.
but the risk itself is legal in nature.
Okay, so this column, who are the words relating to?
Well, this is it. It tends to get conflated, as I've said in my witness statement, as to exactly who the risk pertains to. But the nature of the risk itself is legal, and it's reputational, and it's financial.
The risk has reduced from 20 back down to 12.
Mm-hmm.
Why was that? Given litigation was afoot.
I think in part goes to whose risk it is, and I think government's position is that it is a matter for Post Office, and it's somewhat actually. I think as a team lead, I felt it's slightly more out of my hands then, because it's a court process, and I always thought that court was where this was supposed to be. So I perceived the risk to be lower for the team, and therefore for SHECs, because there was a separate process which I would hope brings resolution, and it also led to less public correspondence and debate, because it was with the courts, so everything had died down.
How much reliance, Mr. Callard, should we really place on these risk registers, given that the words Project Sparrow can refer to different things, and that depending on, it seems, the attitude of the person writing the documents, the risk can relate to either the Post Office or to SHECs, or a bit of both, but it doesn't say.
Yeah. Well, I think these things are a guide to make the team think, to inform people who are reviewing the team, and to feed up to the centre. So I'm not sure how much reliance you can place on an internal risk register. This is just a kind of to get a snapshot at the time of how the team is feeling about the variety of risks that are with it.
I mean, there's no, for example, record of the fact that SWIFT had reported there were 8 recommendations and the extent to which those recommendations had been implemented.
Well, I haven't seen SWIFT at that point, and I was unaware of SWIFT's findings.
So that's why it's missing.
Well, I've got a letter from Tim Parker, which I'm not sure if we're going to come to, but the letter, I feel, was different to the SWIFT report.
Very much so.
So I'm relying on the letter here, which is why I suppose the context is also with litigation. I thought the Parker letter essentially informs my stance on litigation, because I think Post Office is in perhaps a better position than it actually is, which might explain why the risk has gone down, because we've done Parker. Parker is essentially, well, not done, but it's given us some assurance, and I think we are approaching litigation in a relatively stronger position than, of course, Post Office was.
It records that Bayes Legal were involved and up to speed.
Yeah.
What were they up to speed with?
So when the Freeths litigation was launched, we wrote to, we emailed Biz Legal to notify them. I think, I haven't got my timeline with me, but we had meetings with them. They were aware that it was going on. We introduced them to Post Office, and they met Post Office, I think, at our offices. And so they were patched in, and they were generally copied into any submissions and updates that we did. So they were aware of what was going on.
Did they review any of the legal advice that was given to the Post Office?
I don't think so, no.
Thank you. Can we move forward lastly then to 2018? And before we look at that, you tell us in paragraph 325 of your witness statement that by the time of your departure from the board in March 2018, you expected the GLO claim to fail.
Yep.
And you expected that the outcome of the litigation would be an endorsement of the integrity of the Horizon system, correct?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at UKGI 407995? Scroll to the top. We can see this is 10th of April 2018. So around the time of your handover to Mr. Cooper, would that be right?
He would have been in place for about 3 months by then. It was sort of parallel running, but yes.
Yes. So it was in the course of parallel working and therefore
Yes. Yep.
handover to him. And can we see on the heat map that the top rated risk, I think, is risk 12?
Yeah.
And if we go to risk 12, please. It's Project Sparrow under your name.
Mm-hmm.
Had you taken over responsibility for this risk?
I think, so Laura had gone and we were waiting for a new colleague to come in and take over from her. So that, the reason why it's in red is because that's a change. So it's new text compared to the previous risk register. So I was probably between team members.
We can see columns D and E are essentially the same as previously in the previous year. Can you see that?
Yes.
We can see in columns F to J that the legal risk in terms of and reputational risk are 4 and 5, albeit the score hasn't been uprated to presumably 20. Can you see that?
Yes, so it's you have to widen the column, but then it'd be a 20, yes.
Oh, it is. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I take it that the rating is simply 4 times 5.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there any magic about that? Or?
No. It just you can't.
It
It's
is-
just you can't. The column and the spreadsheet in this particular instance is not wide enough to put 20.0. If you widen the column, you'll see it.
No, not that. I mean, in terms of achieving a rating, is it sort of commonplace just to multiply
Yes.
the probability with the impact?
I think so. I've seen other risk registers like that. Yes.
Right. All right. Yeah. Fine.
K, essentially the same, but UKGI seeking to put a protocol in place to ensure permanent secretary remains up to date. Column P, UKGI have briefed Minister and will keep ministers and SPADs updated at key points. Bayes Legal are up to speed, etc. And then lastly, Post Office are preparing for a security of costs hearing, which may trigger negative press. Post Office preparing, but which could lead to the case being dropped. Post Office preparing for the first main hearing in November. UKGI is citing Permanent Secretary Bayes on the issue and establishing disclosure protocol, etc. So now Project Sparrow is the top rated risk within the whole of SheEx, yes?
If you say so. But not for the whole of SheEx, but the whole for
Yes,
the Post Office team.
for the Post Office
yes,
team.
If if you tell me, if you say so, because I can't see the rest of the scores, but yes, I'll take your word for it.
And so it's the top rated risk with
Yep.
the highest probable impact
Yep.
rating, yes?
Yes.
Even with all of the mitigations listed.
Yep.
How was that so, given that you say that you were confident that you expected the claim to fail and the outcome of the litigation would be a full endorsement of the integrity of the Horizon system?
So I think it was due to the fact that we were having problems around the information protocol, sharing protocol. So I think it's possibly, I mean, I haven't seen how this risk has evolved between the last risk strategy you showed me and this one. But I think it's partly two things. One, difficulty with the information sharing protocol by that point, because we were still waiting to get that agreed with Post Office. And I think secondly, there's perhaps just a little bit of suddenly, for 2 years, it's been all very procedural and not much happening. And suddenly, I think there's an email in my pack somewhere where I say to people, well, actually, it's just getting closer, and this is why we're sort of focusing more on it. So it's much more in our mind. It's much more serious now than 18 months ago when there was lots of procedural hearings, or not even procedural hearings, but procedural discussion.
But you thought the claim was going to be roundly dismissed and integrity of Horizon upheld.
That's what yes.
But now this seems to have switched back to be looking at a different issue, namely the information management protocol and the risk that that created. Mm-hmm. What about, using the chairman's words of earlier, the bigger issue, namely that the Horizon system may be proved to lack integrity, which may have a consequential impact on criminal convictions?
Quite, but I hadn't really seen any. So during that 2 years' worth of discussion about the litigation case, over those 2 years, we weren't getting any information from the GC that the risk of the case itself had gone up. We were told there was nothing new, particularly in the claims, and of course we hadn't seen the SWIFT report. So I was unsighted on some of those issues that were in that, which is why I was of the view I stated in my witness statement about the underlying status of Horizon. The risk here, I think, represents increasing tension as board members transition, as we're trying to get a information sharing protocol in place and Post Office not being very cooperative, and the risk ultimately getting nearer and people thinking, oh, well, hang on, I think, probably. So I think that's what's, that is what explains the change in risk rating.
And so can I summarise your answer and tell me if I'm incorrect? The risk of the Post Office losing the claim and that having an impact on the integrity of Horizon and the possibility of that having an impact on criminal convictions was such a low risk that it didn't even deserve to be included on a risk register?
Well, clearly it should have been, but no, it wasn't. We were very much focused on the litigation. And I suppose inherently the risk you've just set out is kind of in that risk somewhere, even if it's not.
Where is it included?
Well, it's not direct. It's not explicitly setting that risk. It's probably,
this seems to be about process issues, satellite issues.
Yeah.
That are bolt-ons to the main issue.
No,
I'm asking, why do we never see in any of these an assessment of the big issue or the big issues?
It's a good question. I think, as I've said in my witness statement, on reflection, we should have got a merits opinion, all those sorts of things, and been more proactive.
But why didn't you?
I suppose, why didn't I? Because, generally speaking, government's position up until, well, not this point, but prior to late 17, had always been to be quite hands-off and leave it as a matter for courts and the arm's length body. It wasn't until the Magna Knox study that lessons learned that UKGI did, where they were involved in another case where it was stated they should be more proactive. So I think.
But Mr. Callard, even if the government's attitude is that this is an arm's length body,
yep.
The matters concerned are operational in nature, and there's an element to which we, government, should not get involved because there's either an independent mediation scheme or litigation.
Yeah.
There's still a risk to the perhaps existence of the Post Office or the proper functioning of the Post Office if things go badly in the course of those mediations or
yes. But
litigation. Yeah. Why do we see none of that recorded?
Well, because I didn't see anything that changed my the information that I was getting didn't change my view that essentially there hadn't been an issue with Horizon found which causes losses to sub-postmasters. So I hadn't seen any new information, and when I asked about that, and when Jane McLeod gave her updates at board about those sorts of things, there was never any discussion that, oh, by the way, we found an issue about balancing transactions as set out in the SWIFT report. So my view on the technicalities and merits, I suppose, of what I understood, I mean, merits not in a legal sense, but my understanding of what had been found, say, 1 to 2 years prior hadn't changed. So I didn't think the risk, the underlying point that you're saying that there was a underlying problem with the Horizon, I didn't think that risk had particularly changed.
Isn't there a
Which is wrong. I accept that that's wrong.
even if that was your view, ought it to have been recorded?
On reflection, yes, but my point here is that the risk register is a sort of, it's not a formal, to my mind anyway, it's not a formal record as such. It doesn't, although it obviously goes up to EXCO and the board, it was, from my perspective, it was more a sort of record of, or a way of encapsulating the risks as we saw it as a team. And inherently in those risks, there are lots of other issues behind them that we may be working on and dealing with, which are not set out specifically in that wording.
Thank you. Can we take the second morning break? It's just coming up to 20 past.
Yeah.
12:30, please.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Callard, can we turn to reporting to ministers, please, as a topic, and start by looking at poll 306-5473. And if we go to page 5, please. And if we scroll down, please. We'll see this is an email there, if we stop there, from Jane McLeod. If we scrolled up, we would see that it was to Paula Venables on the 2nd of April, 2015. It's you're not included on the distribution list, but there's a comment made about you, which is why I'm asking you. It says, we, that's Jane McLeod, are meeting with Laura tomorrow. That's Laura of the SHEEX, yes?
Yep. Yes.
So that we can review where we've got to. Laura and Richard Callard are briefing Lady Neville Rolfe on Tuesday on another matter, and Laura is concerned that Sparrow will come up. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we're mid-2015, a prospective briefing of Baroness Neville Rolfe and by you and Laura, and it's recorded by Jane McLeod that Laura was concerned that Sparrow would come up. Why would SHEEX be worried that Project Sparrow would come up in a discussion with a minister?
Could you just clarify what month this was?
August 2015.
August. I don't think we were. I mean, we saw Baroness Neville Rolfe almost weekly on other matters, usually being Green Investment Bank, and I don't think we were particularly concerned if it came up.
Was there any sense that you, SHEEX, had to formulate lines with Post Office before briefing ministers?
No, not necessarily, but we would check with Post Office whether they are factually accurate, for example. And we would ask, I mean, no doubt what Laura is meaning here is Baroness Neville Rolfe may well ask about Sparrow, what's the latest, depending on what was happening around that time. I think if it's August 15, I think they were about to, Jane McLeod and Paula Venables were due to meet Baroness Neville Rolfe on the 6th of August, I think. So it could have been in preparation for that.
To what extent did you and SHEEX adopt Post Office lines when reporting to the minister?
We would report our own lines, but they would be sometimes similar to Post Office lines because they would be based on what we understood the facts to be from Post Office.
Would you sometimes, in agreement with the Post Office, keep information from the Permanent Secretary or the Minister?
No, not with the express intent of withholding it.
Would you decide when it was necessary to provide the Minister with information in your own judgment?
Yes, that's up to us to decide.
And you would draw that as a distinction between keeping information from the Minister?
Yes, because you don't want to go to a minister half-cocked if you don't understand the full facts, for example.
In your witness statement at paragraph 67, maybe we should turn it up, please. It's page 34 of your witness statement. Page 34, please. Fourth line of paragraph 67, you say, as to Horizon, I also felt I had been doing a reasonably good job of preventing the Minister from being criticised publicly in relation to Horizon, which I saw as part of my role. And just stopping there, Do you mean part of your role as a NED?
No. As a part of my role as a civil servant is to deal with and protect ministers from undue or sometimes due criticism.
But how did that sit with your role as a NED? Where?
Well, that was my civil servant hat on.
But what about if you needed to, as part of the board?
Needed to what? Sorry.
Say that we have suggested X or Y to the government and they have failed to deliver.
Sorry, I don't quite understand.
Yes, you were part of a board of a company that might not always agree with what the government was doing in relation to that company.
That's correct.
Where did your loyalty sit in that situation?
Well, that's when it gets quite difficult and you try and make the case of government to the board. So, for example, that happened quite a lot around mutualisation and those sorts of issues back in 2014.
You continue, and that's what I was referring to when I said we had kept a lid on things. That's in an email that we're going to look at in a moment.
Yes.
As I explain further below, our overarching approach in relation to Horizon was that this was an issue for Post Office to address, and there was no real role for government to play, particularly in the absence, as we understood it, of any evidence of a fault with Horizon that might have caused losses in branch accounts. That overarching approach, how long did, i.e. that Horizon was an issue for Post Office and not for government, how long did that overarching approach last?
I think it lasted throughout my tenure. I'd inherited it. We'd reconfirmed it in 2015 when the new government came in. And it sort of continued through to when I left. Knowing
what you know now, do you consider that the overarching approach was an appropriate one?
I sort of wrestle with this a little bit. I'm not sure, because I'm not quite sure what else government could do to insert itself into the situation and to have essentially resolved the situation. I'm not sure what government could have done, so I'm not sure what I would have suggested.
Can we go, please, to the email, UKGI 406454? An email from you to Richard Parker, to Tim Parker of the 18th of January 2016. Second paragraph, the under-provisioning of sub-postmasters' compensation issue has worried Baroness Neville-Rolfe, perhaps disproportionately so. Stopping there, the under-provisioning of compensation to sub-postmasters, is that a recognition that by you that in fact sub-postmasters had been under-provisioned in terms of compensation?
This is an entirely separate matter where the business had misstated its accounts. It's made a mistake in its accounts. The provisioning is about compensation to sub-postmasters as part of the network transformation programme. They hadn't pulled up through the right figure and the accounts were wrong. And Baroness Neville-Rolfe was very worried about that, naturally.
And is that established by the fact that the subject of this is Remco?
Possibly, because it might be that, look, there's been a bit of a mess up there, what we're doing about it. But I'm not quite sure why it's about Remco. In the bottom of that second paragraph, I would happy to share drafts in reference.
And so this isn't to do with Horizon?
No, this is about retrospective action. Why has there been an accounting problem? And it was the business had to restate its annual accounts, which is obviously wrong and embarrassing because it pulled the wrong figures through from its underlying source documentation from a spreadsheet.
Can we see also from the third paragraph from the bottom that you deal separately with the issue of Sparrow?
Yeah. And
does that help to establish that the second paragraph is about the issue that you've mentioned rather than compensation to sub-postmasters for Horizon issues?
Yes, I think so, because I'm saying it's also about Sparrow, in addition to what we've just talked about in the second paragraph.
You say in any event that you have sought to keep a lid on it in the first sentence, or first line of the second paragraph. In what way had you sought to keep a lid on that issue? Even though it is a separate issue.
I think that means just having dealt with it. So I think Baroness Errol-Rolfe was very worried about the mistake in the accounts. I thought perhaps disproportionately so, because the submission I'd put to her about it consisted of two things. One was a cost overrun on IT, which was real money, and this, which was just an accounting error. And it hadn't actually meant postmasters hadn't received the compensation they wanted. It was just Post Office hadn't forecast properly in their accounts what it was, but underlying that, they knew that they would have to pay. So of the two errors I reported to her around that time, one was a real cash cost and one wasn't. This one wasn't, hence my disproportionately so comment.
Thank you. So this is a reflection, albeit on a separate issue, of you acting in a way that either gave or withheld information from Baroness Neville-Rolfe, is that right?
Well, I didn't withhold any information from her. No, this is saying I've given her a submission about what's gone wrong. Of the two issues, she reacted to one of this issue rather more strongly than the other issue, which surprised me, because the other issue was about real money and real cost overrun. This was just an accounting error that had no cash implications.
I think, thank you, that can come down. I think you do agree, however, that you, on occasion, got the balance wrong in making decisions as to whether or not ministers should or should not be provided with information.
Probably.
I think it's in your witness statement.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Page 36.
Right.
It reads to me as a bit of an admission.
Okay, well, yes, I'm not saying that.
Page 36 of your witness statement.
Yep.
It will come up on the screen, paragraph 70.
Oh, yes. Yes. Got you.
Page 36, paragraph 70. Whilst I did my best to do so, my job is subjective. I acknowledge there were times where I got the balance wrong. One example is provided by an email exchange in March 15, where I agree with other members of the shareholder team that there were dangers in the Minister, Joe Swinson, receiving a copy of the second site thematic report, and then you give the reference. In essence, I agree with the advice of Laura Thompson that the Minister and government should maintain its independence here. And I expressed that view in an offhand reply. It would be bonkers for the Minister to compromise that independence, which we had considered a key part of the scheme, by receiving the report in circumstances where she might then be required to express a view and potentially take a side. So this is you essentially saying that you acknowledge that you got it wrong in trying to dissuade the Minister from seeing the second site report, yes, the thematic report.
Yes, I think my concerns were legitimate, but, on reflection, yes, you probably should see it. One should see it.
You explain it as an attempt to draw the right line by letting the Post Office have the freedom to deal with operational matters, essentially.
Basically, because if she receives that report, we spent quite a long time, including my predecessors as well, in maintaining this operational independence line. Once the report's received, she has to take a view on it, and that's going to be very difficult for her, potentially.
But at this point, the second site had been sacked in controversial circumstances.
I'm not sure I agree with that particular characterisation of it.
What had happened?
Well, so the way the mediation scheme, this is by March 2015, the mediation scheme was progressing, and Post Office had done all of its investigations into the cases. Second Sight were retained to finish their investigations into those cases and to produce their thematic report. So I guess it was controversial. It was received controversially, but to my mind, it was the conclusion of the mediation scheme, and that was that essentially. Because I knew that it would create tension.
In what way would the Minister having a copy of the Second Sight report involve her in operational matters?
Well, if she had a copy of the report, she'd have to read it. If she reads it, she then's got to take a view, and she either has to decide...
Why does she have to take a view?
Well, I suppose she doesn't, but if she's asked by...
No, that's a fundamental part of your answer. If she reads a document, she has to take a view.
Well, there'd been a number of difficult parliamentary debates where she'd managed them very well. If she reads the report, someone will say to her, well, what do you think of it? Is there a case here to be dealt with, or is there not? And the way this was a very polarised topic, whichever answer she gave, people would find fault with it, which I thought, as a person trying to keep her away from criticism and trying to protect her, I thought...
So, Mr. Callard, if a document addresses a difficult issue about which there is more than one view, that means the Minister shouldn't see it because she might have to take a view about it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So I'm saying that there was a risk that that's what she ends up being asked to do, and that because we'd agreed that this was an operational matter, and that was the agreed position, which she had agreed as part of, before I'd even got there, it was an extension of that position, or a continuation of that position. And I'm trying to flag to her the risk that if you essentially break that position, then you're exposed to risk. Sorry, to finish off, she basically overruled me, which I'm saying on reflection was right.
Doesn't your approach show a fundamental conflict within the ALB model between the wishing to be seen as independent on the one hand, and yet if advice like this is given and acted upon, oversight cannot be exercised in any meaningful way?
Could you just repeat the two?
Yes. Government wish to be independent and seen to be independent of the Post Office.
Yes.
And leave operational matters to the Post Office.
Yes.
Did that approach mean that it could never effectively exercise any oversight?
I don't think it means never, but I think what we're trying to get at here is that they are best placed to deal with it, because, as I said before, it's quite hard to understand how government would insert itself into this situation to resolve it.
Had you not been overruled, government would never have seen the report?
Possibly not, no.
Can we look, please, at what another Minister says, Jo Swinson says, about information that was not provided to her, by looking at the document itself, to start with, UKGI 402439. This is just a covering email to an attachment because the attachment isn't dated, and so I'm using this to date the attachment. It's an email from you, again, to the Swinson generic address, yes? And it's a...
Yes. Ah, right, yes, sorry.
Addressed to Claire.
Yes.
Can you help us to identify who that would have been within
She'll be one
a
of
private office?
A private office person, yeah.
Thanks for the discussion today, very helpful. I've attached the note I mentioned. Alice saw the first iteration. Would that be, who would that be?
Alice Perkins.
Okay. I've just sent this second iteration to her and thought it might be expedient that you see it sooner rather than later. I'd be grateful if you could flag any potential red flags in here. This is not a speaking note as such, it's too long for that. Something to get some thoughts in some sort of order and gives you the general gist of our arguments. If you do have a word with Joe prior to the meeting, I'd be grateful for any readout. So can you give us the context for this, please?
So we were preparing for a meeting with Joe Swinson, we being, I think, Mark Russell, my CEO, and I. We had provided advice to both Jenny Willett and then Joe Swinson about the replacement of the CFO. Mm-hmm. Ministers had rejected that replacement on the basis that they were happy with the salary and the sort of golden handshake, but they objected to the payment of notice for the exiting CFO. So
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day, yes. So on the basis they rejected that, Mark and I thought we should go and see Jo Swinson to try and change her mind, because it was very important to get a new CFO. And that's obviously very difficult, going to see a minister to ask them to change their mind when they've already opined.
Thank you. Can we look at the attachment, please? UKGI 402440. And just look at the top half of the page. And so you said in the covering email, this isn't a speaking note, but it's the gist of your arguments being SheEx's arguments.
Well, it's my arguments, it's my notes, but essentially, yes, what I was planning to say, and it's a way of getting my thoughts in order by writing it down.
Opening gambit, as you know, SheEx and the board are clear that the current CFO, that's Chris Day, is not the right person to take the company forward given the challenges it faces. Skipping over, all that, and on reflection, we should have approached you earlier. We want to explain to you why we need to come to see you on this, and why Alison, the chair of Remco, want to meet you and Vince. That's Vince Cable, yes?
Yes.
The difficulties on the CFO front have brought forward the concerns that the board and SheEx has about the CEO. That's Paula Venables.
Yes.
Which you need to be aware of, and which puts the appointment of a new CFO in a wider context. The board's concern over the poor performance of the CEO has been growing for some time, and has only recently got to the point where it feels it needs to act in due course. I'm going to ask you this afternoon about some questions concerning Paula Venables' position within the company and what action you and others took about it.
Okay.
But this leaves the board in a difficult place. Removing a CEO without a confident CFO capable of holding the fort is a big risk. This makes replacing the CFO all the more important. We need to obtain a strong CFO, give them time to feel their feet, get their feet under the table before acting on the CEO. Without replacing both of them, the plan is a significant risk. It's extremely sensitive and highly confidential. And then you sort of ask yourself a question, the type of which you would imagine a minister to ask you. Is that right?
Yes.
And give yourself the answers. Mm-hmm. Why haven't you told me about the CEO before? Why didn't it form part of the CFO advice? Pregnant in those questions is the truth. Is that right, that you hadn't told the minister about any concerns involving the CEO before then?
No. She'd been, I suppose, the worries about Paula had been growing since I joined in January, February. Jo Swinson had been on maternity leave for most of that time. Admittedly, I didn't have a conversation with her replacement, Jenny Willett, either. But no, as I say here somewhere, that this has kind of grown over time, and it's kind of starting to crystallise now.
So you hadn't told the minister, whether in the person of Jo Swinson or her replacement, about any concerns about Paula Venables before this point?
No, because as I say in the first bullet of that section, it's a very dangerous and destabilising thing to do, because in the second bullet, your relationship with her is irrevocably damaged. And I think that in the early times of my tenure, I didn't have enough evidence to substantiate any worries. And as this is double-edged, if I tell ministers early, I irrevocably damage and put doubt in their mind about their relationship with their CEO, which, if I'm wrong, is hard to unwind. So you have to be quite sure of your ground. And
the third bullet point, you say the board has been monitoring the situation for some time. Until recently, we felt the balance of risk pointed towards keeping Paula in place. There are a number of reasons why the balance has changed. Efforts to improve her performance have failed. Board is increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress on various areas, primarily the lack of grip and pace applied to revenue growth, cost cutting, specific business areas like Horizon and the strategy in general. Yeah. Can I ask you now, before we get to the questions specifically about Ms. Venables this afternoon, what was the board's concern at this point, specifically over her approach in relation to business areas like Horizon?
I think it was a reflection of the fact that the response to the second interim report seemed to be along the right lines in terms of a mediation scheme, etc. But it had been rather badly managed to the point where a year on, it's actually a cause of great difficulty. And whilst I don't think she was personally responsible for that, it was a reflection of the lack of general grip that we felt she might have on the business, because things like the terms of reference with Second Sight I don't think had been agreed. I think the mediation scheme had been announced hastily, and it was things like that that made us doubt that.
You say this crystallised the June away day, where Paula Venables very much sat back and let her team lead. She acts more like a non-executive director than somebody who leads from the front.
Yes.
Was that your own view or the view of the entirety of Post Office Board?
I think that most of us felt like that, particularly we talk about in here, it started to crystallise, the board's views crystallised during that time, because during those discussions she tended to ask the questions of the people who were presenting the strategy, when actually it's, as an executive leading, it's her strategy too, and she should be putting the case forward.
If we go over the page, please. What's wrong with the CEO? It's about grip and pace. She has many strengths, but given Post Office's increasingly competitive environment and the strategy it must implement, we need stronger leadership and vision. We need a better grip on detail. We need more traction on the ground to deliver cost savings and revenue growth at pace. A number of examples include, then the third bullet point, issues like Horizon, mediation scheme and financial services have required significantly more oversight by the board than one might expect, as things haven't been gripped to the point where the board have set up subcommittees when it should be Paula or the CFO. Is that a reference to a litigation subcommittee?
No, that's the Sparrow subcommittee of 2014, which was set up to essentially give the board more bandwidth to think about how to deal with the emerging problems of the mediation scheme.
And was it the board's view that that ought to have been led by the CEO and or the CFO?
Well, I think the board's view is that we shouldn't have had to get to that point where we're setting up a committee to deal with it.
Scrolling down. Would a CEO require higher remuneration? Answer, yes. What have you done to put measures in place to improve her performance? Alice has spent an enormous amount of time coaching, mentoring and monitoring Paula. Alice has significant net experience. Paula responded to initial efforts, but this levelled off and is ultimately about character and aptitude. Why are we paying her big bucks if she isn't performing? Base pay is in the bottom quartile of a cross-section of CEOs. Over the page. Again, a question that you thought that Joe Swinson might ask you. I remember Alice asking to increase Paula's pay, that she was doing well at that point, responding to coaching that Alice and the board were giving. Third bullet point, since that point, Paula has proactively said to Alice she wants to stay to see transformation through. And then a challenge, don't see how that has got anything to do with the CFO. Scroll down, please. Some questions about the CFO. Keep scrolling, please. And over the page. Lastly, ministers have made their decision. This is of great concern to the board, who are personally responsible to you and the Secretary of State for the successful running of the business, and it's their view that a change is needed. You're effectively saying you don't have confidence in their judgment on these matters, which is a very difficult position for the non-execs and chairs to be in. So the ministers have made their decision. What does that refer to?
That refers to, pretty sure it refers to, they were not prepared to pay Chris Day's exit payment, which meant we couldn't, as a board, move Chris on because he hadn't performed so badly that he could be fired. And we had Al Cameron waiting in the wings, and we wanted to bring him in. He wasn't going to wait forever. But ministers have made the decision they didn't want to pay that exit payment, and we are trying to persuade her to change her mind at this point.
Did you present to Jo Swinson your case in accordance with this non-speaking note?
I think I probably did so. I recall the meeting was supposed to be for half an hour, and it lasted 90 minutes or something like that. It was quite a long meeting. And given the volume of stuff in there about the CEO, I think I probably would have done. We were essentially in a position where we were sort of trying to throw the kitchen sink at this to kind of get ministers to change their mind, because that's very hard to do.
And is it fair to say that a part of SheEx's approach was specifically, as the CEO, Paula Venel's lack of grip and pace over Horizon issues?
I don't think Horizon was the lead thing, if that was indicative. I think it was more around the strategy, as it mentioned on the first page, the strategy, the sort of revenue growth, cost reduction, those sorts of things, and the general kind of Ned-like stance that she would take.
And by Ned-like stance, do you mean an outsider?
Well, kind of asking the same, a board asking similar questions that a Ned might ask, when actually other chief executives that I've seen operate come in, and they almost present their colleagues' sort of individual strategies, and they take the lead, and it's them telling the board what's going on rather than asking questions of her team.
Can we look at what Jo Swinson says about this? WITN 10190100. Page 21, please. Paragraph 45 onwards, I'm going to read between paragraphs 45 and 47 so you get the complete context. I've been shown by the inquiry an undated briefing note. That's the document I've just showed you, the one ending in 440. It seems to have been attached to an email of the 20th of August 2014. That's the email I showed you. I understand, seeing it now, that this appears to have been written by you as points or prompts for Alice Perkins in advance of a call scheduled between her and me to help her to try and convince me to ask the Treasury for permission to recruit a new CFO, Alistair Cameron, on a very high salary to replace Chris Day. Is that right? Was that the purpose of the document?
My understanding of the document, no. So my understanding of the document is that it was a speaking note for me when I was accompanying Mark Russell to talk to Jo Swinson about this, and that it wasn't to persuade her to pay a high salary. That had been, I think, not agreed but not objected to. What had been objected to is the exit payment. I think it was payment for failure she used the term of. It's the exit payment that was objectionable to, I think, Jenny Willett and then Jo, not the salary.
She continues, in the light of government finances at the time and the austerity measures in place, any appointment using public money to a role above a certain level of remuneration required Treasury approval. I did not see this document at the time. Indeed, it was not something ever designed for me to see, as the covering email and the contents of the note make clear, e.g. the fact that the note is structured as a series of responses to questions I might ask. It seems that Richard Callard was asking my private office for advice on how Alice Perkins could make the points in the note to me in a way that would be most persuasive, and he anticipated I would not be happy.
Yeah.
Quote, I'd be grateful if you could flag any potential red flags in here. Is that right? You were asking her private office on how Alice Perkins could make points in a way that might land?
No, I think I'm asking how, I think I'm saying to the private office, I'm going to say this stuff is there anything? Clearly, there probably will be difficult pushback because Joe Swinson was very hot on executive pay. I think what I'm saying, my message to private office was, this is broadly what I'm going to say. Can you know Joe better than I do? Can you flag?
So it's about you speaking to the Minister rather than Alice
That's
Perkins.
how I interpret it.
Okay, on to paragraph 46, please. I was shocked to read this note. It seems to show Mr. Callard, a SHEEX official, who was one of the key officials who was supposed to support me in my ministerial role with regard to post office matters, instead using his departmental position, access and contacts to work on behalf of Post Office to seek to persuade me what to do what Post Office wanted, contrary to wider government policy on pay restraint. It also makes clear that he had deliberately kept me in the dark about the concerns SHEEX had about Paula Vennell's performance. Just stop there then. Firstly, were you using your departmental position, access and contacts to work on behalf of Post Office in a way that was contrary to government policy on pay restraint?
I don't think so, because we were very clear in the submission to ministers about what that pay is, and they had already opined on it. Senior executive remuneration is one of the most difficult bits of the Shareholder Executive UKGI job, because our assets have to fish in the private sector market, and you want to get the best CEO that you can do, and CFO, which is what we're trying to do here. The Shareholder Executive was aligned with the board in terms of trying to get a new CFO in, and it didn't seem to us value for money that you wouldn't pay, I can't remember what the exit payment was, but that you wouldn't pay something in the very tens of thousands to remove Chris Day if you could bring in a CFO who may save multiples of that money over the course of the next few years in implementing Post Office's strategy.
Is it right that you deliberately kept from her, i.e. kept her in the dark, concerns that SHEEX had about Miss Vennell's performance?
I think I explained that in the note, that basically you have to wait until you're sure. We weren't sure until the June away day, and it's damaging to put doubt in Joe Swinson or any minister's mind about that before you are sure. And also, frankly, I wasn't around until the end of June, back till the end of June.
This was sent to her private office, but wasn't ever intended for her to see.
It wasn't intended for her, but I wasn't hiding anything, because otherwise I wouldn't send it to her private office. In fact, I think at the bottom of that email, if you do talk to Joe about it, I mean, don't show the note, but you can share the sentiment of the note and let me know if there's any red flags coming back.
So was this you attempting to pitch your argument in the best way possible by testing the water with private office before speaking face to face with the minister?
Yes, because a private office understand what minister they know their ministers pretty well, and so will have a sense of what they're going to react to and how they're going to react. So I think there's other instances in my timeline where I sort of share things with private office to say, how will this float? I'm trying to get your advice on how do I pitch this, given the objective I'm trying to achieve. I'm trying to get their advice.
Lastly, before the lunch break, can we look at a second passage in Miss Swinson's witness statement?
Yep.
Page 52, paragraph 128. If we just scroll down a bit. Miss Swinson says, I do wish I had asked to meet second sight, though I'm pretty certain if I had, that SHEEX would have told me this was not possible due to operational independence. I feel let down by a failure of briefing from SHEEX. Richard Callard was on the board and knew what was going on for months, with steps towards sacking second sight and the closure of the working group, but he didn't tell me. I was repeatedly advised in briefings it was an operational matter, so not one for me to be involved in. But looking back, it was not clear that the Post Office Board or anyone else was conducting an adequate oversight function. Did you discuss with the Minister whether she should meet with second sight?
I may have done, but I can't can't recall.
Can you therefore not recall whether you gave advice to or not to meet with Second Sight?
Yeah, correct. I can't remember.
Did you keep the Minister informed of what she describes as the steps towards the sacking of Second Sight?
Well, I think she says elsewhere in her witness statement that I showed her a board paper, I think. And there is, I can't remember it now, but there is stuff in my chain where you can see that this decision is coming. And we appreciate it's a very difficult decision. So I don't think the submission we put to her on, I think it's the 4th of March 2015, it shouldn't have come as a complete surprise, because we were essentially giving her some information that was what was going to be coming her way.
Thank you. Sir, it's 1:10 now. I wonder whether we might break until 1:55.
Yep. Fine.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Callard, good afternoon. I want to continue, if I may, the topic of briefing or providing information to ministers and whether there was any manoeuvring going on within SHEEX in the provision of information to ministers. Can I start, please, with UKGI 402288? If we just look at the bottom email first, just to get the sense of it, if we scroll up a little bit, please. Thank you. 30th of April 2014, from the private office of Jenny Willard, with the subject, Joe Swinson transition from maternity leave. And then there's an update that follows, some plans in train to support Joe Swinson's return from maternity leave. Then if we go to the top email, please. You forward that to some members, I think, of the SHEEX team.
Right.
And say, Peter, that's Peter Batten, see below, please can you start putting some thought into this. Clearly we'll have our priorities to discuss. You'll have a better idea of what her priorities might be than I will. As we will have to address those as well, we might also want to think about how many sessions we might need. E.g., I want to get her in the right place on Sparrow. What place did you want to get the minister in on Sparrow?
I think that's a reference to the fact that I haven't really, at that point, dealt with Joe Swinson at all. I think I probably had 1 or 2 meetings with her by that point before she left for maternity leave. And I think...
What place did you want to get her to?
I'm sorry. I suppose I needed to understand that over the 5 months she's been away, the mediation scheme hasn't progressed very well, and there are a lot more problems. And I suppose I'm trying to explain to her that might require some difficult decisions going forward.
If that was your intention, you would have said, I want to provide some information about what has gone on in the last 5 months. Whereas you say, I want to get her in the right place. That suggests that you want to move her to a position or position her in relation to Sparrow. Do you agree?
I can see why you think that, and I quite possibly do want to get her in the right place. I wanted to.
What was that place?
Well, I think it's getting her ready to understand that there may be some difficult choices coming, because the mediation scheme that she left, I think, had been running. There was optimism that it might work by November, December. By the time we're in the end of April, it's really not in the good place at all. We've had a letter from Sir Alan Bates on the 16th of April clearly expressing unhappiness with it. The subcommittee of the Sparrow subcommittee, which I've just joined, is already thinking about how to deal with the sort of second sight problem of this capacity to get cases through to the working group. She needs to understand that, and she needs to understand that there may be a difficult decision coming up.
And so what place did you want to be in?
I don't really want a particular place. I just want her to understand that things haven't gone very well, and there may be difficult decisions to come up.
And is that all we're to read into getting the minister into the right place?
Yes, I think so.
Did you ever try and manoeuvre ministers into a position?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by manoeuvre, but so...
Persuade, cajole, by the provision or non-provision of information?
Well, as a civil servant, you are constantly trying to provide advice, the best advice you think in your judgment to ministers, and you provide information on that basis and advice on that basis. Whether that's manoeuvring or not, manoeuvring makes it sound rather sinister. It's not. You're just giving the best advice as you see it based on the information that you're getting at the time.
And when you are getting the minister in the right place, are you acting as the Post Office Ned?
No, I'm acting as...
You've got a different hat on this occasion?
Yes, because I'm talking to my team and saying, look, can you put together some thoughts on the transition, please? Got to get priorities to discuss. Peter knows her better than I do because I've only met her once or twice because she left on maternity leave. And I'm asking him to think about how many sessions we might need across the post office portfolio, including there's now a tougher gig on Sparrow than you left it.
Can we move forward to a different minister and a different time? UKGI 405261. And start with page 2, please. And scroll up. And again, please, thank you. 4th of August 2015, Sparrow catch-up. You're emailing Paula Vennell's executive assistant, Miss O'Farrell. And you say, and you copy in Laura Thompson, Tom Weschler, and Mark Davis. You say, hi, Irene, we had a catch-up with Lady Neville Rolfe today about Sparrow. Paula Vennells is seeing her on Thursday morning, first thingish, and I thought it might be worthwhile me having a chat with Paula for 5 minutes over the phone tomorrow if there is time. I appreciate it's her first day back, but grateful if we could find a slot. It's worth her being aware of Baroness Neville Rolfe's mood and position, not there's too much to worry about, etc. And then scroll up, please. Mark Davis emails 3 minutes later saying he's added Jane McLeod in. It'd be good to catch up on this. We're meeting with Paula tomorrow to discuss the meeting. So if it isn't possible for you and Paula to speak before then, can we, i.e. me or Jane, grab a word? You reply to Mr. Davis, sure, happy to chat, etc. Why did you consider it appropriate to advise the Post Office of the minister's mood and position in advance of them meeting with her?
Because ministers and the likes of Paula Vennells would only meet each other occasionally. So when that happens, you want it to be as effective as possible on both sides, so that what's discussed is what each party wants to be discussed. It's a bit like a high-level diplomatic meeting almost. And so you want both sides to be relatively well briefed, so that that Paula and Jane, who were taking Baroness Neville Rolfe through quite a detailed picture on Sparrow, answer the questions that I understand BNR has at that point, to make sure that it's a good use of everybody's time. That's not unusual in government. Did
you make the minister aware that you intended to forewarn Paula Vennells of the minister's mood and position in advance of the meeting?
I'm not sure if I did, but as an experienced minister, I would expect BNR to think that would happen.
You would tip off the Post Office as to what the minister was thinking before she met the Post Office?
Well, tipping off is perhaps the wrong phrase, but yes, I would make sure.
Telling them about her mood and position.
Yes, because I want them to address it. This is an opportunity it was quite a key meeting, if I recall. It was a 30-page slideshow I think they had, and this was a key, and Baroness Neville Rolfe is pretty new in role. This is a key opportunity for both to meet each other and to understand one of the issues that's really bothering the minister, and the best way to deal with that is to explain to Post Office what it is that the minister is worried about, not that there is much that she's worried about, as I say down there. It's to make an effective use of time, and it's not dissimilar to approaches, I think, across government. Otherwise, you get meetings where people talk at cross purposes, and it's a waste of time.
And which hat were you wearing? The NED hat or...?
I think I'm wearing my shareholder hat here. This is not dissimilar to what I've done on other assets and not dissimilar to what my colleagues do on other assets.
Did you think you were in a conflicted position here at all?
Not in this particular instance, no.
And so, did you speak with Mark Davis or Jane McLeod or Paula Vennells?
I can't remember. I may well have done.
And so you didn't ask the minister whether she was content for you to share information about her position to the Post Office senior executives before they met?
I doubt I did. I would expect her not to have worried about that because she wants the answers to her questions. If I'm ensuring that she gets those answers from the people she's meeting, that is a good use of everybody's time.
Well, in fact, she says, I'm not going to display it on the screen, but it's paragraph 102 of her witness statement at WITN 10200100. This email chain quotes, seems to me to be clear evidence that the SHEEX, whose role it was to provide me and other ministers with objective and impartial advice to scrutinise Post Office's actions and hold it to account, was in fact taking steps to provide advance warning to Post Office about my concerns and intended direction of travel. I cannot see any good reason for them to have done so, and I'm sadly driven to the conclusion that SHEEX, on this occasion it's you, and Post Office, perhaps inadvertently, were in effect working together to try to deflect me, and that SHEEX were not giving me the independent and impartial advice that I needed. Is there any substance in her criticisms of you?
I don't think so. I'm saying below that I don't think there's much to worry about at that point. All I'm trying to do is do what other people do, and we've done on other assets, and my colleagues do, is to make sure that it's the best use of time.
So Baroness Neville-Rolfe's got the wrong end of the stick here when she says that it appears that SHEEX were working together to deflect her, and you were failing to give her impartial and independent advice.
Well, in my view, in this meeting, she has got the wrong end of the stick, because actually this meeting is an opportunity for Post Office to directly, so don't take my word for it, as it were, Minister, it's a chance for Post Office to directly present to the Minister for her to make an assessment. I'm just asking Post Office to make sure that they address the very things that she's worried about. Not that I think she's got a great deal of worries, because, as I said, there's not much to worry about.
At the time, did you know, or did you have any suspicion that she may not have trusted the advice she was getting from you and other members of SHEEX?
No, I didn't have a reason to believe.
Can we look at UKGI 405195, please? An email to you from Laura Thompson of the 3rd, so in the run-up to the meeting on the 6th, the 3rd of August 2015. Just spoke to Harriet. Can you recall who that would be?
I think she's another person in private office.
Private office, okay. She thinks Baroness Neville-Rolfe wants a senior official outside of SHEEX and not including whoever we get from legal. But he's going back with a proposal that just 3 of us plus legal and see what the Minister says. Did you therefore, in fact, know that Baroness Neville-Rolfe wanted, I think, attendance from somebody or advice from somebody outside of SHEEX?
Yep. Well, I did know because I had that email.
Yes.
I don't think I would equate that with the last email about briefing, ensuring Post Office come armed with the answers that Baroness Neville-Rolfe.
Do you know why Baroness Neville-Rolfe wanted somebody from outside SHEEX to help her, to assist her?
I think this goes to the shareholder versus policy role, where at the time we were both policy officials and shareholder role officials, and I think quite sensibly she's identified that sometimes those things can clash. I think what we're saying here is she's expressed a request for that. We've said, well, we do both roles at the moment.
Were you involved in formulating that pushback to the Minister? No, you shouldn't get somebody from outside SHEEX.
No, I don't think so.
That's just Laura Thompson's view.
I think, yes, I don't know what the email down. Well, the email below possibly is that's where the request comes, and Laura is responding to that request by phoning private office and then relating to me what that conversation was. But I mean, asking us to recommend someone else, well, we had legal coming, and I'm not sure else who in the department would be able to give her the advice she needs, because we dealt with Post Office policy.
I mean, is this kind of thing a concern where your Minister is saying, I want a senior official outside your organisation?
Yes, I suppose so, but I guess I didn't understand quite the nature of her concerns. And I wasn't sure what to do about it, to be honest, because
Did she
legal were coming. We'd end up taking a more senior person from the Shareholder Executive along in the form of Anthony Odgers, I think. But also I knew that in that meeting, which was on the 4th of, internal meeting on the 4th of August, I knew that special advisors were coming as well as biz legal. So there were a range of people that were there. I probably didn't think it was necessary because there were so many other people there. It wasn't just checks.
And who wins the day here, SHEX or the Minister?
Well, if the Minister's got issues on that front and she isn't happy with Laura's proposal because private office are saying, I'll take that back to the Minister, then she's more than welcome to go to the Permanent Secretary and say, I'm not happy.
Do you remember what happened? Did SHEX in fact prevail and she only got advice from SHEX?
Well, I don't think it's a case of prevailing. I think we've said, well, we can't give you advice as to who else you should have. We turned up at the meeting as planned. I don't recall anybody who was not
outside of SHEX.
Well, no. There was biz legal. There were special advisors. They're both outside of checks.
I mean, does this happen often, that ministers indicate that maybe they're not trusting the advice they're getting?
I think, not that I'm particularly aware of, no.
Did it cause you any concern?
No, it perhaps should have, on reflection, have caused me more concern than it probably did.
Can I turn to a different kind of concern, namely concerns over Paula Venables? Can that document come down from the screen, please? And can we look at your witness statement, please, at paragraph 49? Which is on page 23. Paragraph 49, please. You say, I recall that at the start of my tenure, there were some concerns about Ms. Venables' continued suitability as CEO. These were initially explained to me by my team. As far as I can remember, these concerns crystallised following an away day in June 2014, at which she was felt by many members of the board, including me, to be overly passive and acting more like a Ned than a CEO in the way she interacted with members of her team who came to present an item on the agenda. That's essentially what you've told us a couple of times already today.
Yeah.
A contemporaneous summary of the board's concerns is set out in a note I prepared in August 2014 ahead of a meeting with a minister, which I shared with the minister's office, which Alice Perkins had also reviewed. We've looked at that earlier, the one ending in 440. Yes. By this time, Jenny Willett MP had replaced Jo Swinson, whilst Jo Swinson was on maternity leave. These were summarised in the following terms, and then there's a quotation from the document that we've looked at.
Apologies, but we've corrected that latter line at the start.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To what extent were those concerns that you express in this paragraph discussed and shared with Alice Perkins?
By this time, which relates to the meeting we were preparing for with Jo Swinson, that had been discussed with Alex, definitely discussed with Alice Perkins, because it was, I think there's been growing rumblings in the board up until the June away day, and then the June away day happened, and that kind of crystallised everything. Combined with the CFO issue, meant that there was active discussions going on.
For how long had those concerns been held?
By me or by...
Yes, by you.
But it's difficult to say because I got briefings from the team very early on, but hadn't obviously had the chance to form my own judgment.
So the note is August 14. You began in early 14.
In January 14, yes. So I guess they built over time, and then you take soundings from other NEDs, and you get a sense of it. And you've seen by that time, one has seen by that time, performance in board and that sort of thing. So it sort of grows, and then these things tend to have an event that crystallises consensus at a board, if you see what I mean.
Was that a unanimous or majority view held on the board, in particular that Ms Reynolds was overly passive and acting more like a Ned than a CEO?
I think so, yes.
Unanimous or majority?
To be honest, it's not one of those things that you hold a vote on, but from I don't think there were any dissenting voices in that sense.
Can we look, please, at UKGI 406547? And scroll down, please. Thank you. We're now in spring 2016. And can you see an email exchange concerning Post Office Limited's IT renewal,
Yes.
including you, all members of SHEEX speaking? Yes?
Yes.
If we scroll up, please. Further exchange. This is about a different issue, not Horizon, correct?
I think it concerns Horizon in the sense of a renewal of the contract.
Yes.
But not
with Fujitsu, but not
But it's not,
performance.
it's not a Sparrow thing. Is how
Thank
I
you.
put it.
And then scroll up. Mr. Russell says to you that he mentioned that issue with Howard. As I was doing so, Paula ambushed us, and you replied, told you, there's something Teflon about her. What did you mean by that?
So I've tried to explain my witness statement. I think what I mean there is that the issue around the reprocurement hadn't been handled very well, was going to cost quite a bit of money, and Mark's having a conversation with Howard Orme, who was the CFO of BIS, the department at the time, and Paula obviously bumped into them because I think sometimes she was in the building, and I'm not sure why I say Teflon. I think it's something to do with, well, she perhaps is almost oblivious to the fact that there's a conversation going on in the department about a failed procurement that's going to cost some money.
Mr. Callard, Teflon doesn't usually refer to somebody who is oblivious. Teflon usually describes somebody who manages to avoid criticism, to keep a good reputation, even after they have done something wrong. They are impervious to blame or criticism. Nothing sticks.
Well, kind of. It's just that I don't know how she met them, but yes, she would come up and I guess she's approached them and not necessarily acknowledged that there's as much of an issue as she might need to appreciate.
You're speaking more generally here, that there's something Teflon about her, i.e. criticism never sticks.
Possibly. That is possibly what
Was that your view?
I think that's quite a harsh view. I think I'm just speaking off the cuff here. That
sometimes when we speak off the cuff, it reveals our true thoughts, doesn't it?
Yeah, possibly it does.
Why had this situation been allowed to carry on? That somebody who was Teflon, i.e. criticism never stuck, they were impervious to blame or criticism, they maintained their good reputation even though they had done something wrong.
Well, I don't think that she'd done something necessarily wrong. It's just that something hadn't. She's the CEO of an organisation that the procurement hadn't panned out as it should have done, and it's ended up costing some money. It's not necessarily her fault, and I think that the person that was in charge of IT ended up leaving the business. As CEO, she ultimately bears responsibility for that, but at the same time. She's almost a sort of oblivious to that in the way that she's approached Mark and Howard.
So you saying that you meant Teflon in the sense of oblivious?
In the sense of it's sort of water off a duck's back, I suppose.
I think it's right that right from the early days of your involvement in SHEEX, SHEEX's Risk and Assurance Committee had expressed concerns about the continued suitability of Ms Venables as CEO, hadn't they?
Well, I think we'd taken that to the committee to discuss. But yes.
Can we look at the record of the Assurance and Risk Committee, UKGI 304-2124? And if we just look at the title at the top, this is a Risk and Assurance Committee of who or of what?
Of SHEEX. It's the SHEEX Internal Risk and Assurance Committee.
And what was the purpose and function of the SHEEX Risk and Assurance Committee?
Well, it's to consider risks, possibly in more depth. I think the background to this was that we had done one of our sort of some sort of portfolio review or something in January where we'd raised this, and they'd asked us to do a deep dive on the options around the chief executive, and these are the notes of that discussion.
How frequently did the SHEEX Risk and Assurance Committee meet?
I don't know. This was, I think, a sort of outcome of a portfolio review, which is a quarterly thing that we tend to do at SHEEX, or did at SHEEX.
Did the risk registers that we looked at earlier feed into the risk committee?
Possibly, and the management and the quality of management was on the risk register.
I meant, did the risk registers get taken to the risk and assurance committees?
I don't know, because I wasn't on the risk and assurance committee. I'd only appear when it was a specific to a particular risk that I was.
So you're on the presenting team here.
Yes, I'm presenting to a committee who are considering our position and whether we're dealing with it properly.
You were also an author or a signer off of the risk registers.
Yes.
Did you know whether or not the documents you were writing or signing off got sent to the risk committee?
I can't remember whether I knew that or not, but I knew that they would go to a risk team who would consider it, and then the summation of all of the risk would then go most likely to a risk and audit committee, but they go to EXCO, executive committee.
If we scroll down, please. Paragraph 2, RC, that's you, set out that advice from the recent SHEEX annual review of Post Office was to consider the continued suitability of the current CEO. So there had been a SHEEX-wide annual review of Post Office, is that right?
So yes, there'd be quarterly reviews, and then there's a one-off annual review where the team presents to a set of peers who kind of review what we're doing. And so risks across Post Office, the issue of Post Office would be presented to the risks and other issues would be presented to a team of peers at an annual review and a quarterly review.
There had been a general consensus that there is an issue with the leadership of Post Office. However, there's only been anecdotal evidence. 3, as the new executive director in SHEEX for Post Office, you would now like to investigate this further and is carrying out initial discussions with the chair and other Post Office NEDs. The committee suggested that you continue to have regular catch-up meetings with the NEDs as a matter of course. 4, you also highlighted there have been issues between the Minister and Post Office CEO. And then forward to 5, the leadership role is in question due to the lack of delivery of the current Post Office transformation plan. This is their first CEO role, and Post Office's objective of being commercially sustainable is currently being achieved. That said, network transformation is slower than expected. This is not necessarily a fault of the CEO. Further investigation will confirm. And then over the page to 8. The board has been in place for 16 months now, and their view on the CEO performance is mixed. The chair, who is also in her first chair role, that's Alice Perkins, is still making a view. It has been suggested an independent board review takes place. The committee agreed this would be a good idea and confirmed that it should be an independent review. Did that happen?
I can't remember.
What would an independent board review of the CEO's position consist of?
I would imagine. I don't actually know, to be honest. I think it's probably a specific conversation amongst NEDs to say what is our position.
What steps, in the absence of an independent board review, and we've seen none, did SheEx take to quantify or evaluate whether there was any merit in the anecdotal evidence that is mentioned in this note?
So I think that after this meeting, the idea was to go and talk to the NEDs in more detail. And I think it ultimately culminates in a desktop study we asked a recruitment firm to do to see if there were any other alternative candidates that would be better than Paula, because it's one thing to say we're unhappy with the performance, or we're not necessarily unhappy with the performance, but we think there may be someone better out there. But the idea is to go and find out. So later on, I think it crystallised around the June away day. By July, we're in a position where we're commissioning or seeking to commission Egon Zender, who are recruitment consultants, to do a sort of desktop review who was out in the market for slightly more remuneration than Paula.
And the answer, essentially, do I summarise correctly, came back no one for the allegedly low pay?
Correct. It felt that it'd be quite hard to persuade ministers to part with Paula in return for the cohort of people that had come through, more expensive cohort of people who had come through. It just would be more of a risk than keeping Paula in place.
So essentially, did this issue continue to fester, i.e. concern amongst the board about Ms Venables, but no concrete action taken?
Well, we took action in the sense of doing that summary on behalf of the board, and Alice, as I understood it, continued to mentor her up until that point. So it's one of those things with non-executives. There's a sort of rumblings and side conversations, and then it sort of meets with a crescendo, and then action is taken, which is where we got to with Egon Zender. I mean, my position at this point was, look, my view is the CEO role of Post Office is very, very difficult. It's not just a single business. It's a conglomerate of different sorts of businesses, plus it's a government-owned business as well, so it's highly political. It's very hard to find anybody that would run it really well, to be honest, in my view. As a new person to the job, and I can't remember what date this is, I might not have even seen her perform at a board by that point. So I was still early days forming a view. And really a lot of this was coming from my team, who I trusted and who I'd worked next to for quite some time. So I knew that they were good. But I was having to rely on the team and wanting to take time to form my own judgment.
Thank you. Can we turn to a separate topic, namely your perception of the extent of issues or problems with Horizon?
Yeah.
Can we turn to paragraph 69 of your witness statement, please, which is on page 35? Paragraph 69, please. You say, in general terms, I found it difficult to identify the correct balance when it came to the appropriate level of government engagement on the Horizon issue. On the one hand, I thought it was clear government should not intervene directly in the mediation scheme or court proceedings, but on the other, this was clearly a matter of public concern, often raised in Parliament and the media, with which ministers were required to engage. There was also the general point that, from my perspective, it was difficult to see what government could realistically be expected to do in response to concerns were being raised in the apparent absence of a problem with Horizon, the stated decisions of numerous different criminal proceedings. Just stopping there, what do you mean by the stated decisions of numerous different criminal proceedings?
I guess rightly or wrongly, I took assurance from the fact that the courts convicted people beyond reasonable doubt I assume that's quite a high bar, and because there had been prosecutions by poll, but at the same time it's the court that convicts. So I took a degree of assurance that the courts had looked at the evidence being put forward, and nevertheless had seemed to convict, either by a jury.
Did you know how many cases had been taken to trial? Rather than guilty pleas for false accounting in exchange for dropping a theft charge?
No, I didn't. I knew there was around about 50 prosecutions a year.
Did you know the proportion of those that where the court had in fact tried the issues?
I didn't, but I knew some people had pleaded guilty, and
so did you take assurance from that?
Yes, I did. It did in some respects, but also I knew that not everybody had pleaded guilty, and the court had still found fault. And I think when I asked the question about when you plead guilty, that I was told, rightly or wrongly, that the evidential basis still needs to be there for the court to accept that plea.
Is that right? Who told you that?
I can't remember.
Was it a lawyer?
It might have been. I don't know. I can't.
Why were you asking whether there needed to be proper evidential basis? Hold on. Whether there needed to be a proper evidential basis for a court to approve of a guilty plea, irrespective of the plea of the defendant?
Because I think it was in response to the point around people have been pressured to plead guilty. So I was wanting to. So it was part of my trying to understand the extent to which one can simply pressure someone to plead guilty, regardless of the evidence that's there.
You continue, and the unequivocal assertions by Post Office that the issue had been exhaustively investigated and no evidence of any problem had been found. I thought the government was in a difficult position in relation to this issue. It was part of my job as a civil servant to help ministers steer a path through these competing considerations. What was your perception of the reliability of Horizon based upon?
It was based upon the fact that throughout my tenure, there was some sort of investigation going on, be it the mediation scheme, be it the Parker Review, or under the auspices of the litigation. The fact that there had been the Second Sight interim report that preceded me by 6 months, and the mediation scheme was ongoing at that point. There had also been the Cartwright-King Altman advice, which, although it's not necessarily about Horizon per se, is about kind of the safety of convictions and the evidence presented. And so that gave me reassurance. And then also, I suppose it's the information we continued to get from Post Office was in a similar vein. When we probed, we would get quite detailed information, as I've said, around things like the response to the Part 2 Second Sight report, the response to Panorama, responses to debate, the points raised in debates would be quite comprehensive, quite well articulated, and ultimately, I suppose, no one seemed to have come forward, given Second Sight had looked at all this. I didn't feel that they had articulated a clear link between a fault with Horizon that could explain the losses that sub-postmasters were suffering. That's kind of what I felt I needed to understand and see.
I think you accept that the Deloitte Zebra report was in part to the contrary effect. It revealed some relatively fundamental problems.
I agree entirely.
And just stopping there, that's not a document you ever read.
I read the first one from 30th of April.
Yes.
I can't recall whether I read the board briefing from the 4th of June. If I did read it, I didn't understand the significance of it, but reading it now, it feels like I should have understood the significance of it, which leads me to believe I may not have read it. Either way, I regret that for some reason that wasn't taken to board, it wasn't considered, and it should have been, because that is, I think, one of the key bits in my timeline where we might have changed path.
And the other key bit would presumably be, in your mind, Jonathan Swift's advice.
Well, the Parker Review.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, I think...
Well, in particular, the advice.
Well, if I'd seen the advice and known what the advice said, then yes, I think that would have led to a different path as well.
So why is it that the two documents that would have led to a different path are the two documents that you didn't read or see?
Well, the Deloitte one remains a bit of a mystery. I don't know why I didn't look at that, or the rest of the board consider it. And that's one of my that's probably my biggest regret on this whole thing. With Swift, it sounds a bit daft, but I didn't really think at the time that there was a Swift report. What I was interested in was the Parker review, or the Parker view. Swift contributed to that, but as I understood it, Tim Parker was also talking to Second Sight. He talked to Lord Arbuthnot. He was talking internally, and so what we wanted was the chair's view, not the QC's view of it. We wanted it to be Mr. Parker's view.
So it's coincidental, but for different reasons, that two revelatory documents, the second Deloitte Zebra report and Jonathan Swift's advice, didn't operate on your mind to potentially lead to a different outcome.
Yeah, that's correct. I missed the Deloitte report, but I wasn't informed that the Swift report even existed, and I had a letter that I found reassuring from Tim Parker, which didn't point to the issues that were being raised, or at least not all of them, the important ones, in the Swift report.
Thank you. Can we look at UKGI 301 at 9720, please? Thank you. If we scroll down, please. An email from Laura Thompson to three members of SHEEX, including you. A readout from Joe Swinson's office on Sparrow. Just had a chat with Claire. Would that be Claire?
In Swinson's office, I think, probably.
Another private office.
Well, it's probably the same Claire as the Claire before, probably.
Thank you. Apparently, Joe wasn't overly happy with it. She feels she wasn't fully aware that Post Office were terminating Second Sight's contract, or that the publication of the Second Sight report was so imminent. I explained the original advice did say that, quote, this means Pole will be terminating their engagement with Second Sight, and the Second Sight report was never due to be published, and attempts to portray it as such are misleading. We're probably going to have to go to chat to Joe Swinson on Monday to cover off these points before she'll sign the letter. I think there might be merit in sending Arbuthnot and Bates, I think that's Mr. James Arbuthnot and Mr. Bates, a holding reply if we are not going to be able to reply until next week. I'll talk to private office about that when I hear back from Tara, and then scroll up. Your reply, not sure I want to provide an interim reply to Bates and Arbuthnot. It would imply we're thinking about things as opposed to just taking some time to reply. Joe clearly didn't read the submission. I think we need to stiffen resolve on Monday. Aside from giving Joe Hamilton wads of cash with a little bag of money and a full apology, which this doesn't warrant, then this won't go away in the nice way Joe wants it to. Does this email exchange disclose your true views about Horizon here? That you thought that this was a case of sub-postmasters unjustifiably after wads of cash?
Well, I addressed this in my witness submission, where I apologise to Ms. Hamilton. I'm very sorry about.
Of course, everyone does.
Yes, well, yeah, they do. Yes, I know.
When their emails are brought up, they always apologise.
Of course they do. Yeah, of course they do. As I explained this, if I wasn't singling Ms. Hamilton out, I was making the point around hers was more a high-profile case. What I'm trying to get at here is that I referred to earlier about the tough decisions that ministers will have to make. As far as I'm concerned, by the March 15, I have still not seen a clear link with a bug in Horizon that generates a loss to a sub-postmaster. I've just not picked that up from the mediation scheme or anything from Second Sight. And without that, I feel that it's very difficult to provide compensation to sub-postmasters without that level of evidence. And what I'm talking about in terms of stiffening resolve is that we put up what I thought was a very clear submission on the 4th of March about how the closure of the working group, but the continuation of the mediation scheme would work, including the arrangements around Second Sight, to which Joe Swinson's office is expressing surprise at, when I thought it was very clear in the submission what the arrangements were.
Does this disclose a dismissive attitude towards the plight of individuals by you?
Possibly. I think it discloses my view that, from what I'm hearing from Post Office consistently, and what I'm not hearing, and I'm not hearing from Second Sight, a particular clear link between the Horizon IT system and losses being incurred by sub-postmasters. There doesn't seem to be a link, and therefore I'm sceptical of that position of the JFSA.
Do you think that you, like perhaps others within the Post Office executive themselves, had rather forgotten that behind the campaign lay individuals whose lives had been destroyed by the impact of their criminal convictions?
I hadn't forgotten that, but I wasn't really sure what to do about it, because I couldn't, as I've explained elsewhere, I wasn't sure what government could do to intervene.
As the shareholder, Ned, yours to have been the role that retained an independent and inquiring mind.
Well, what I was trying to do was make sure that Post Office looked at the issues seriously. And as far as I was concerned, that's what the mediation scheme, the Cartwright-King review, the initial Second Sight review had done, and also actually Deloitte review, where we'd listened to Gareth James, I think his name was, who came to board. And so all of that led me to believe, wrongly, that there wasn't an issue, and that and the steps taken by Post Office had been reasonable.
Can I turn lastly to the Magnox report by looking at UKGI 409275? You'll see this is a draft dated the 25th of October 2017. Thank you. And if we just scroll up to see the badge and the title, it's described as an initial review into UKGI's role in the competition award and challenge of the Magnox RSRL. Scroll down, please. Decommissioning contract. Can you tell us what this document is? It's not the Magnox report itself.
No, I think what this is a sort of lessons learned document commissioned by UKGI in response to a procurement within the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority that went wrong.
And in brief, that procurement had gone wrong, and then the litigation involving the assessment of the procurement had gone wrong too.
Yes, so I think this was largely about the latter part, I think, possibly.
And you tell us in your witness statement, it's paragraph 307, no need to turn it up, that you were aware of the lessons learned from this review.
Or belatedly, but I don't know when I learnt of the lessons of the review. This is from October 17, which is towards the end of my tenure, and it's draft. I'm not quite sure how the findings got to me more formally. I remember some sort of seminar at UKGI where they were sort of unveiled, I think. But I don't know when that was.
Can we look, please, at page 26 of UKGI's review? And under the heading General Lessons Learned, if we scroll down, please, to 4.12. The general recommendations below are made. And then if we go over the page, please, the first bullet point of substance on that page is the recommendation that where large legal risks are involved, UKGI should ensure that an assets board has direct access to legal advice and to the in-house legal team. Legal advice should not be relayed to the board by the executive team as it was in this case. Misunderstanding or misconstruing legal advice was a material factor, which explained why the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority Board was slow to respond in both the litigation and the consolidation. Ensuring that an assets board is provided with the opportunity to discuss and challenge legal risk directly with the General Counsel would mitigate this risk, as would ensuring that the General Counsel reports directly to the CEO. And then, if we scroll down, please. 2 bullet points from the bottom. In holding the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority Board to account, UKGI should utilise its own board and its in-house legal function on consideration of risks to assist and develop its role in holding an assets boards to account. UKGI could make more use of the UKGI internal risk management process to encourage discussion and debate of the major identified and horizon risks being faced by the assets it manages, especially by drawing on the expertise of the UKGI board and UKGI in-house legal colleagues. And if we go back, please, to page 25. Under lessons learnt during litigation, steps that UKGI can take to mitigate, address the underlying failings which cause this issue going forwards. 1, government should be made aware of and approve key steps in substantial litigation to ensure the appropriate level of challenge and oversight of any future large-scale litigation. The NDA and other assets facing the future, UKGI should recommend that framework documents with assets require immediate notification of and government approval for litigation above an identified threshold of substantial liability by reference to each asset's risk profile. And then last bullet point that we can see as this is displayed, where a substantial legal challenge is mounted against an asset, UKGI should assure itself of the asset's internal legal capability. And then scrolling down. Last bullet point, where the stakes are high, source more than one external legal opinion. UKGI should insist that the asset consider more than one external legal opinion to ensure that legal advice and identified risks are thoroughly tested. Further, it should ensure over the page that any opinions and their authors appear before the assets board so that the board is able to take strategic decisions with proper calibration of legal risk and penultimately, legal strategy and mitigation of risk must be challenged. Throughout, the NDA executive team portrayed the litigation as a try-on and entirely without merit. Litigation is universally recognised to be uncertain, even if a small risk of a very significant setback requires mitigation. UKGI should ensure a full discussion of the legal strategy to ensure risk mitigation has been fully considered. To what extent were those recommendations carried into effect from October 2017 by UKGI?
So I'm not sure whether, as I said, when I would have learnt of those recommendations, because this is a draft document, and so I'm not sure when those were released, but by January of 2018, the board is putting a litigation subcommittee in place, and we're in discussions with Post Office about the information sharing protocol.
When, to your knowledge, were any of the recommendations as a result of the Magnox inquiry carried into effect by UKGI?
To be honest, I don't know, but it was by being on the subcommittee. That was not. I wasn't on the subcommittee. Tom Cooper. This was a. Sorry, if I could step back. Tom Cooper, by this time, at least not quite October, but by end of 2017, had joined and was. I was working in parallel with him. He was observing the board, so he was going to. We ended up nominating him to go on the litigation subcommittee rather than me, given that I was stepping down in March. So much of this would have been dealt with via the litigation subcommittee, and we were putting in place the information sharing protocol so that we could. And I remember there was exchanges in my timeline around getting second opinions, etc. So we're in discussions with those with Post Office on doing that sort of thing. So we did towards the end of 2017 into early 18. The shareholder team took steps to implement this, and the General Counsel at the time was also heavily involved.
So all of these recommendations ought to have been acted upon, or either accepted or rejected, and if accepted, carried into effect.
Yes.
By the time of the first hearings in the group litigation.
Which were in November 18.
Slightly earlier than
okay,
that.
right. So, well, yes, they may well have been, but I stepped down in March 18. The subcommittee, the litigation subcommittee of the board was sort of ramping up as it were, and Tom was sat on that, not me. We were getting updates, so they may well have been. I was less cited on that because Tom and I were sort of transitioning over.
Thank you. So is your essential answer on that? This is more for Mr. Cooper to answer for than you?
Yes, I think so. I was involved with some of it, but yes, it's probably more for Tom than me.
Thank you very much. They're the only questions that I asked Mr. Callard. So there are some questions from call participants. I wonder whether we might take the break now for 10 minutes until 3:05.
Yeah.
And then recommence them.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Sir, can you still see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we've got 3 sets of questions of about 10 minutes each.
Okay,
Starting with Ms. Patrick, then Mr. Jacobs, and then Mr. Henry.
very good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Callard. My name's Angela Patrick. I act for a number of sub-postmasters who were prosecuted and who have since had their convictions overturned, including Mrs. Hamilton. I want to ask you about 2 things. First, one document, and then a few questions about your role. First, if we could look at Paul 20162-786, I'd be grateful. Thank you. Can you see that there now, Mr. Callard?
I can, yes.
And if we can start by scrolling to halfway down page 2, please. And we can see here there's an email from Melanie Corfield circulating a press announcement from the JFSA. Can you see that?
Yes.
And I don't want to look at the detail. You can see as a big headline, JFSA is preparing for group litigation against the Post Office, November 2015. And the original email isn't sent to you. But if we can scroll up to the top of page 1, we can see it eventually is forwarded to you, and there's some exchanges.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't need to, you are engaged earlier, but I just want to look at this top part.
Yep.
And you're replying at that time to Mr. Davies, Ms. Thompson, and Mr. Bullock. And you say, seriously though, do you know how many legal firms they've had? Would be good to take the line with ministers that this is yet another sabre rattle, and that once legal firms get into the evidence, they pull away.
Mm-hmm.
Was this another example of a frank conversation between colleagues, Mr. Callard?
No, this one actually is a, seriously though, do you know how many legal firms they've had? Because I'm about to provide advice to ministers, and if I'm a minister, I'd want to know, I'd be concerned about litigation. And if there had been, attempts before that had failed, I might take a different view of the litigation that's now in front of me than if that hadn't have happened. I did bear in mind that there'd been Shoesmiths, there'd been Edwin Coe and others.
Okay. Another sabre rattle.
Yep.
Had you convinced yourself that all lawyers would think that the sub-postmasters simply had no case?
By sabre rattle, I mean it's another. So by the time it's November 15, so the mediation scheme had come to an end, and essentially, I think there was a. Post Office is essentially disengaged in that sense because the mediation scheme had completed.
Could you just pause there for a minute and look at this? Look
Yes.
at the language you use.
Yeah.
After sabre rattle. And that once legal firms get into the evidence, they pull away. You were asking for essentially that view to be confirmed, weren't you?
Well, I was asking the reason why I was asking, because it goes down to others before them, as it were. I'm saying no. Seriously, though, Mark, please, can you tell me how many times litigation had been attempted? Because it's relevant when briefing the minister to know how many of that times had been attempted, because she may draw the conclusion that once you get into litigation, the
Mr.
Shoesmith
Callard,
one.
can I ask you to stop there?
Okay.
Would be good to take the line with ministers.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking Mr. Davies to confirm that's the case, aren't you?
Essentially, because I do think it's perhaps another case where it might not come to anything, because the evidence I had seen to that point, no one had shown me a causality between a bug in Horizon causing a loss to sub-postmasters. I hadn't seen anything like that. And so therefore, I'm saying, well, yeah, that's the sort of message I might choose to convey to ministers because it's relevant.
And that sounds perfectly reasonable, Mr. Callard. But look at this message. Do you know how many legal firms they have had?
Yes.
There's no question mark after that, is there?
Well,
it's a statement, isn't it?
well, I can see why you think that, but it's a very quick email, so I'm not putting a question mark at the end. I'm just saying because I then say it would be good to take the line with ministers. This is
just to pause there, can I ask if the document management manager for today could scroll down so that I can see the message that I wasn't going to read, but let's turn it up.
Yeah.
Mark Davies, you can see there, I think on your screen at the bottom, your first reply to Mark Davies, which you send on the 20th of November at 32 minutes past 8. Richard Callard wrote, "Oh joy, normal service resuming then, exclamation mark." This is not saying that they have launched a class action, though, is it? They are just preparing. And what happened to the other solicitors they signed up? It wasn't Freeth's.
Yes.
This is a frank conversation between colleagues, isn't it, Mr. Callard?
Well, it is, but I'm asking you. I'm sort of making a genuine point that because the previous, I think it was Edwin Coe had been mentioned as the previous firm involved, and that had come to nothing. So I'm saying, and I had read the article, and it was saying they're preparing, and they're not actually launched, right? That's correct, is it? You know, and I'm trying to remind myself of what the other legal firms that have been involved, what they were called.
The first line was a statement, Mr. Callard.
Yes, exactly it is.
And you were saying your view that all lawyers will see they've got no case when they look at the evidence. That was your view you'd taken, wasn't it?
It was, because I hadn't seen any evidence of causality between Horizon faults and losses. I hadn't seen any evidence of that, even though Second Sight had researched it for 2.5 years. And my experience was that there had been failed attempts at litigation.
Okay. Well, let's move on. The second issue I wanted to ask you about was some general questions about your role and the factors that were operating at the time you were in post. And they're very basic questions, I think. Horizon was a business-critical system for the Post Office, wasn't it? And at the time you were in post, something the government wanted to explore was mutualisation for the Post Office. You're nodding, but for the transcribing, you have to say yes or no.
Yes, we were looking at up until about during the coalition government, yes.
But yes. And it was a goal for government to reduce the public subsidy which the Post Office relied upon.
Yes.
These were goals which the board and the executive at the Post Office were working towards.
Yes.
They were shared goals which you would have understood as important with both of your hats on.
Yes.
If Horizon could not be relied upon, that would have jeopardised the government's financial goals for the Post Office, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Is there a danger that you focused too much on financial implications for the government in your role as shareholder, Ned?
Not with regard to Horizon, no.
Those financial goals, weren't those what you were primarily concerned with?
I was certainly concerned with financial performance and financial goals and reducing the subsidy that taxpayers were putting in to the Post Office. But that doesn't translate and wasn't a primary concern with regard to Horizon.
And while you were looking at that, did you simply fail to see the government interest, the public interest, in the broader sense of making sure that the innocent people that were involved here were not prosecuted or being prosecuted in our country?
Prosecutions had, were obviously a concern. Stopped before I got there, and I thought that the.
Can I stop you there for a moment, Mr. Callard? I wasn't asking you what. I'm simply saying prosecutions had stopped. But was there not a wider governmental or public interest in understanding whether a body that was wholly owned by the state had been responsible for the unlawful and unfair prosecution of innocent people under its charge?
Yes, and the measures that we were getting Post Office to take, including the second site reviews and other reviews, including the Cartwright-King-Altman review of prosecutions, I thought were proportionate responses to the concerns being expressed. So,
and Mr. Beer has asked you a series of questions today, and I think you've accepted that you could have been more curious.
yes, I have.
And I want to ask you, did the awful, potentially awful financial implications for the government of these sub-postmasters simply being right blind you to the potential that all of these ordinary, decent people, supported by politicians of real conviction, might just be right, and what you were being told by the Post Office could be wrong?
My position was not informed by the financial ramifications of us being wrong. I would have just dealt with that like every other financial ramification that we had, from failed procurements to incorrectly stated accounts to overruns in network transformation. So financial considerations, we were clearly worried.
Is it possible that the fact that the failure of Horizon would mean that mutualisation would simply not be possible, is it possible that might have made you a little incurious?
No, not at all. The mutualisation agenda was clearly one that would take quite some time, and mutualisation was recognised as only being able to happen once financial sustainability had been achieved. So you can't be a mutual unless you're making profits and you're financially sustainable. So it was not an immediate, it wasn't an immediate term goal, because it was clear that it would take quite some time for mutualisation to take place, and no designs as to what mutualisation means or would look like had really been thought through by that point. So there was a complete disconnect in my mind between mutualisation and the Horizon issue. It just wasn't relevant.
Thank you, Mr. Callard. I have no further questions for you.
Mr. Jacobs.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I act for a large number of sub-postmasters and postmistresses represented by Howe & Co. And I want to ask you about something that arises from paragraph 156 of your statement, which we don't need to turn up for now, but we'll look at the underlying document. So the document is POL 0013851. And this is in relation to your first attendance at a Sparrow subcommittee meeting on the 9th of April, waiting for it to come up on the screen. Thank you. Can we scroll down, please? Well, sorry, if we could just pause before we do that. We can see the attendees at that meeting are Alice Perkins, the Chief Executive, and you attended as well, with Angela van den Berg, Chris Oger, and Belinda Crowe. Was your role there as the shareholder non-executive director? Was that what you were doing at that meeting? Okay. Can we scroll down, please, to the body of the document? Keep going further, please. And keep scrolling down. Further down, please. Further down. And keep going. Thank you. This page here. So this is the document that was provided to you, and in bold type at the second paragraph it says the scheme, and this is the initial complaint review and mediation scheme, was established in August 2013 to resolve complaints in respect of the Horizon system, and then in bold type on the basis that there were no systemic problems with Horizon. Now, were you aware that that statement was not true?
In what sense that they were?
That the scheme was not established to resolve complaints on the basis that there were no systemic problems with Horizon.
So is your question, is the scheme established on the basis there's no, was I aware that the scheme is established on the basis there's no systemic faults?
That was actually false.
I wasn't aware at that time that that was false. I had the second site interim report in my mind that said exactly that.
Well, there was a document, and we don't need to call it up, but it was a document entitled Post Office Overview of the Initial Complaint Review and Mediation Scheme. For the record, that's POL 000222120. Makes no mention of the fact that the scheme was established on the basis that there were no systemic problems with Horizon, and it actually says that Second Sight will determine individual cases and will seek to look at whether there was a problem with Horizon or any associated issue that had an impact on sub-postmasters. So it was very much the remit of Second Sight at all stages, and Ian Henderson gave evidence to this effect, to look for systemic problems with Horizon.
I mean, my interpretation of the mediation scheme and the investigations involved was that the interim report had found there was no systemic failures, but there were nevertheless sub-postmasters who said there is still a problem. So I thought a sensible reaction to that, which predates me, is that each individual case should be investigated by Post Office, then Second Sight, and then go to the working group for potential mediation. I wasn't really concerned about systemic failures in that sense, because I thought, well, a very sensible way to look for problems with the system is to, rather look top down, is to look at the things that people are saying and investigate those individually. And they may find problems which either are systemic or aren't systemic. It doesn't really matter. They'll find, if they find a problem, that's good, because then it will explain the loss.
Yeah, but that statement in bold type is not true. And didn't it strike you as odd that the Sparrow subcommittee is saying that a scheme which is to include a Second Sight investigation on the Horizon issue in individual cases wouldn't consider whether there was a problem with the Horizon system?
Well, I didn't interpret it in that way. I think that I took the wording in bold just as a reassertion of the executive's point of view, that that's what Second Sight had found 9 months prior. And that was that. I didn't really. Okay. I don't think I would have read it that way or scrutinised it to that extent.
Can I just ask you to bring the microphone closer? We have a number of clients who are following remotely who can't hear you. Thank you. When Mr. Warmington gave evidence in June, he criticised the fact that the whole scheme was predicated on the principal subject of the investigation, of Second Sight's investigation, the Post Office, being the paymasters. And what we see here in this document is the Sparrow subcommittee taking what is understood, probably incorrectly, to be the interim findings of Second Sight, and translating that into the whole scheme when the whole scheme did not operate on that basis. My question to you is, isn't that an example of the sort of abuses that are inherent in a scheme where the subject of an investigation is the paymaster? Do you accept that
I can see why
that
you
was
think
an issue?
There might be a conflict in that sense, but I got the very strong impression that Second Sight were quite independent and went about what they wanted to go about without really worrying about what Post Office, whether who was doing the paying. What I thought was happening was that Post Office investigate, Second Sight investigate, and that's exactly what was needed. I'm not sure that I felt that the fact that Post Office were paying for Second Sight, although it was a consideration for the non-executive, and as a board member, it's clearly a consideration, just like the internal costs for Post Office were a consideration. But I don't recall taking decisions at the subcommittee on the basis of cost and cost alone.
Mr. Callard, as the shareholder non-executive director, are you concerned that at your first Sparrow subcommittee meeting, which you attended as the government representative, the representative of the owner, you were told in a document something that was plainly untrue? Doesn't that worry you?
Well, I didn't see it as untrue at the time. I saw, if you're talking about the paragraph, with the sentence with the bold.
Well, I think I've got this point here.
Yeah. I was going to ask my final point about curiosity and whether he asked about this at the time. Perhaps if I could just conclude.
Well, I'm pretty sure he didn't, Mr.
Very
Jacob.
well.
Yes, because I don't recognise that.
Very well. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Henry.
Thank you, sir. Panel Kerr, Foster, Arthur Anderson, Deloitte, specialised in government and infrastructure. What was your knowledge of IT systems before you became shareholder, Ned?
Very limited.
Very limited. So it never occurred to you that Horizon's failures did not have to be system-wide. They could be intermittent, sporadic, random glitches. Never occurred to you that those intermittent bugs could be capable of causing losses for a small cohort of sub-postmasters?
It did occur to me, which is why I was reasonably comforted by the investigations into each and individual case. So interim report says no systemic errors. Get that. But then Post Office is still looking at the individual cases where, as I said, I didn't get hung up on the word systemic. If there's an error, what I hoped would be found, or not found either way, is a clear error in Horizon that could be shown to cause loss, whether it's systemic or not, or repeats or not.
You had a growing number of sub-postmasters who were complaining about bugs, errors and defects, using their own language, but that they were getting losses. Mm-hmm. You did not get a grip on that, did you?
I was looking for Post Office to get a grip on that, and what I understood the mediation scheme and the investigations were about exactly that, understanding what had happened at for that particular sub-postmaster, which was investigated by Post Office and then investigated by Second Sight. So, to my mind, those instances where it might be just a single one-off were being investigated, and if there was a problem, I hoped with a combination of Post Office and then Second Sight looking at it, that error would be found.
We've heard that at the end of this sorry tale in 2019, Tim Parker said that 959 people had been prosecuted on Horizon evidence. Mm-hmm. Did you ever ask for data and statistics to explore the percentage of sub-postmasters who were being prosecuted apparently on the basis of dishonesty?
That figure was provided at the first board I observed in February of 2014.
And did it not occur to you then that this is extraordinarily high?
Well, I didn't consider it extraordinarily high. I reflect in hindsight.
Why didn't you?
Well, hang on.
It's vastly over the normal norm of dishonesty in a business.
The percentage that
yes.
I understand was 0.1%, which I should have benchmarked, but it felt very low because the Post Office is vast. And so you've heard the 68,000 users, etc., etc. The way I had it in my mind with regard to the mediation scheme was that there were 136 sub-postmasters, which spread over 14 years worth of Horizon's existence, was 10 a year, versus 68,000 users. And in fact, there'd been around over almost 500,000 users over those 14 years. So that figure didn't seem high to me.
But there were much more than 10 being prosecuted per year.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about the, yes, you're right.
There were
what was in the
40, 50 people being
prosecuted. It was 40,
prosecuted.
50, yeah, which is less than 0.1%. So that didn't strike me as being particularly high. In retrospect, I should have benchmarked it.
Right. Can I move on to the second point? Prior to becoming the head of the shareholder team and the shareholder NED for the Post Office, you were part of the Royal Mail shareholder team. So you were aware of the background of the conjoined asset, weren't you?
Yes.
Were you part of the Royal Mail shareholder team during the flotation?
Yes. I had 2 specific roles in that.
Right. So what did you know at that stage about the risk of wrongful prosecutions for which the Royal Mail Group would have been held responsible and unjust civil liabilities foisted on the sub-postmasters? What did you know at that stage in the run-up to the flotation?
I knew nothing about that because I was looking after the state aid application to relieve the pension fund, and I was dealing primarily with the setup of the employee share scheme.
Right. In your career, however, you are capable of expressing an opinion on this. The risk surrounding or emanating from the postmasters' legal actions, their complaints, ought to have been unequivocally stated pre-flotation, shouldn't they?
It depends, I suppose, whether the liability for those for that action, where that lies, whether it was because there was a lot of work to be done around how one separates Royal Mail and Post Office.
Take it from me that the liability would have lain with Royal Mail Group. That is not in contention.
Okay.
Now, that ought to have been unequivocally stated pre-flotation, shouldn't it?
I don't know the listing rules, I'm afraid, so I don't know.
Well, can I ask you, please, about this? Mr. O'Sullivan was questioned about a document, the minutes of a shareholder executive board meeting from the 13th of March 2013, and various risks related to the RMG flotation were discussed, but nowhere at all did the SHEX board recognise the risk that Horizon prosecutions were or may have been wrongful and presented a risk to the flotation. Can you think of an explanation for that the SPM's wrongful prosecutions and unjust civil liabilities escaped the SHEX board's attention?
No, I suppose it depends on it's before my time on Post Office. It depends on what ExCo were being told by the shareholder team at the time.
So it would have depended upon that?
Well, yes, because...
Right. Do you accept, having reflected on your evidence and what has been put to you today, that in your twin roles as head of the shareholder team and shareholder NED for the Post Office, you lost all objectivity?
I don't think I lost all objectivity. I think what I was doing was looking at the evidence that was being presented to me, which included that had been looked at by Second Sight, and the likes of Deloitte, which I accept I missed, and making a judgment.
You say you don't agree that you lost all objectivity, but do you believe that your objectivity was markedly compromised?
I'm not sure that I do.
Well, let me put it to you that Sparrow was a cynical containment strategy. That's what it was. And in fact, in internal documents by the Post Office, it has even been referred to as a containment strategy. And you were part of that.
No, I wasn't. And the discussions I was party to at the board, it was very clear that the non-executive directors clearly wanted to understand whether their electronic point of sale system was safe or not.
Can I take you to UKGI 30-19859? And you did not write the email that I'm going to take you to initially, which is from Tim McInnes.
Yeah.
But he is writing about a meeting with Baroness Neville Rolfe, and he states, I'm not going to read out the whole thing, but in general, there is a certain tone of derision towards the minister. But let's go to the second bullet point. As she's mentioned before, she thought that Horizon was another example of a government IT debacle and that innocent sub-postmasters were the victims. Clearly, this is wholly untrue in two respects, probably untrue in a third. And then when Paula, Al were explaining things, she jumped to an understanding and it was difficult to bring her back from that first impression, correct her. Then I omit words, but you can read for yourself the remaining bullet points. Can I go to your response at the top, please? What did you mean by positively Wilcoxian?
If you look at the first bullet below, there's clearly some confusion, still some confusion about what Royal Mail and what is Royal Mail and what is Post Office. Baroness Wilcox was our Lord's Minister,
right,
and we often had to, explain the difference between Royal Mail and Post Office, as indeed we do with most people, including myself, before I joined government.
I see.
People aren't clear.
So that's a sort of, that they're both peas of the same pod, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, they make the same mistake.
No, they were making the same mistake because before I joined Checks, I didn't know the difference between Royal Mail and Post Office, to be honest. The Minister, however, got it right, didn't she did. Over that bullet point? Yep.
But she was... Michael Dollin, Laura Thompson, who obviously had very close contact. This reflected the groupthink, didn't it? That, Horizon is safe, these postmasters are on the take, or attempting to be on the take.
This is by, June of 15. By that point, there had been almost 3 years of investigation into Horizon. And
I'm asking you about the groupthink.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm asking you about whether this reflects a cynical, closed-minded approach to the postmasters.
I think it reflects the data points that we'd received and the consistent reassurances that we'd had from Post Office and our understanding of the things we'd read from Second Sight and the things I'd seen from Deloitte by that point.
So you were looking at it at a very high level, as befits, I suppose, your training as an accountant, that it was the data, the humans who were expressing this sorrow, they didn't count.
Well, they do count, of course they do, but I can only see the. I'm asking. Well, I can only judge it based on the data that I'm seeing after 3 years of investigation.
Can I go to another document, please, which is UKGI 000195531? And could we scroll up, please? This is Sparrow questions, and we can see that it's in December of 14. Patrick, it must be a reference to Burke, is holding the pen on this. Then could we scroll further up, please, from you? Yes. Do you see the pro-penultimate paragraph which begins, I would be happy to discuss these? And then it says, even if we don't speak publicly of some of the questions needed in here, we still need the answers to provide Joe privately with the confidence to rebut James Arbuthnot's claims. Although we have kept her cited on the scheme, There has clearly been a limit to what we could tell her given confidentiality reasons to date.
Yes.
Here the Minister is being used as a cannon to fire your cannonballs, isn't she? Even though she isn't fully in the picture.
No, what this is a reference to is the confidential nature of each mediation. It was agreed that details of each mediation would be kept confidential because they related to very personal circumstances, and government's point of view was always we didn't really want to go into that. And so the reference here is, we can't speak publicly, is that where there are questions, or where there are points made by James Arbuthnot in the debate forthcoming, we cannot rebut those or respond to those using specific examples of specific cases because they are confidential. But it may be that in private we can explain those to Jo so she understands when she stands up and has the confidence.
You wanted short and punchy rebuttal of James Arbuthnot. That's what this email says, doesn't it? It would be helpful if answers are short and punchy.
Of course, because
Now,
you have to have short and punchy responses in a debate. We don't. That's just the way lines are written.
You have constantly, throughout my questions, talked about, that you were relying on second sight and you were taking comfort from second sight, etc., etc., etc. I suggest that that's rank hypocrisy. You wanted to get rid of second sight, didn't you, Mr. Callard?
I felt that they were holding up the mediations schemes work because there were 2 of them versus 20-odd investigators at Post Office. So that's why in the Sparrow subcommittee we were looking at those sorts of things, because we were getting inbound letters from, for example, Sir Alan Bates saying it's not going quick enough. Meanwhile, from our perspective, second sight aren't getting through the cases.
And in fact, actually, nobody could have been prouder than you when the mediation was brought to an end and second sight were terminated. Isn't that right?
Well, mediation wasn't brought to an end.
Well,
well, hang on. So it's always mischaracterised as the mediation scheme was stopped. The working group, which was there to triage cases into mediation, was disbanded because there was a presumption of mediation, which is, as I understood it, a position that James Arbuthnot and Sir Alan Bates had been calling for.
Right. Well, let me rephrase it. And by the way, when you said that second sight, there were only 2 of them, they had more people working on it, and you, of course, as well, were short-resourced, and so therefore other people had to be brought in. But let me go to my last document, and I will finish on this. It's UKGI 403792. Second sight have been terminated. It's been managed well in the House. There hasn't been too much fallout, if any at all, in the media following Prime Minister's questions. And all of this, we can go through the whole of this, but I'm sure you're familiar with this email chain. So I'm going to take it going straight to the top. After Alice Perkins saying that Alwyn Lyons, Neil McCausland, etc., Alistair Marnock, Mark Davis, etc., have all done a brilliant job, Mark and Jane. Brilliant job, so Mark Davis and Jane McLeod, etc., You write to Laura Thompson, your colleague, and say, let's just say that we are the unsung heroes. Your smug satisfaction that you had got rid of second sight and that you had managed it so well in Parliament.
Well,
isn't that right?
I'd say there's 2 points on that. First one is second sight were retained to finish investigating all of the cases in the mediation scheme, and they were also retained to finish off and publish their Part 2 report. So that's the first point. The second point is this was an off-the-cuff remark to Laura about how Alice was thanking Mark for all the work he was doing in managing the media and parliamentary scrutiny that this was going to get, and didn't consider the fact that Laura had been working long hours in the background at the government end, and that was not a unusual occurrence where, you know, we'd be the first to get moaned at by Post Office, but we wouldn't get thanked.
I'm not concerned so much at Mrs. Perkins' lack of politeness or consideration towards either you or Ms. Thompson. It's reflecting, is it not, the fact that this was your agenda, the two of you. Let's just say that we are the unsung heroes, that you were an integral part of the agenda to get rid of Second Sight.
A decision had been made in an effort to speed up mediations that there'd be a presumption of mediation. Which
Well, I think I've got this point as well, gentlemen.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. I've got one question for you, or it may be more than one. Did I hear you correctly tell Mr. Henry that at either the first or one of the first Sparrow subcommittee meetings you were actually provided with the information that there had been 950 or thereabouts prosecutions in reliance upon Horizon data?
No, what I said was that there's a board paper. The first board I observed was in February of 14. The first item in that board was a paper on the new prosecutions policy. In that paper, there was some history, and I think the statistic in there was that there was 50, generally speaking, 50 prosecutions a year, which equated to 0.1% of the users of Horizon, or something like that.
But I just want to be clear, because did that paper acknowledge, either expressly or impliedly, that the 50 prosecutions per year were in reliance upon Horizon?
I don't know. I think it was.
Right.
I think it was just about prosecutions generally, and what Post Office, following the Cartwright-King review, where Altman had said it's anachronistic to bring your own prosecutions, the board that I was to join was reconsidering that policy.
All right, that's fine. Thank you very much. I think that brings an end to the questioning, does it not, Mr. Beer?
Yes, it does, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Callard, for your very detailed witness statements and for answering questions during the course of the day. The inquiry and I are very grateful that you've done that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think it's 12 noon on Monday with Sir Stephen Lovegrove.
That's my understanding too. So we'll adjourn until then.
Thank you, sir.